The next morning, just as on that day so long before, Giovanna was the first to stir, while Aunt Patricia, who, like most elderly people, usually lay awake until late into the night, still slept, though lightly and with laboured breath. The light of the early winter morning, cold but clear, shone through the curtained window panes. Giovanna had fallen asleep the night before, feeling sad, though Aunt Poreda's outbreak had annoyed rather than distressed her. But now, as she looked out and saw the promise of a bright day for the journey, she felt a sensation of joyous anticipation. Yes, she had felt quite melancholy on the previous evening before falling asleep, thinking of Constantino and eternity and her dead child and all sorts of depressing things. I have not had a bad heart, she had reflected, and God looks into our hearts and judges more by our intentions than by our actions. I have considered everything, everything. I was very fond of Constantino, and I cried just as long as I had any tears to shed. Now I have no more. I don't believe he will ever come back, and if he does, it will not be until we are both old. I can't go on crying forever. Why should it be my fault if I can't cry now when I think of him? And then, after all, I am just a creature of flesh and blood like everyone else. I am poor and exposed to sin and temptation, and in order to save myself from these, I am taking the position which God has provided for me. Yes, my dear Aunt Poreda, I do remember eternity, and it is to save my soul that I am doing what I am doing. No, I am not bad. I have not a bad heart. And so she very nearly persuaded herself that her heart not only was not bad, but that it was quite good and noble, at least if this was not the conviction of that innermost depth of conscience, that depth which refused to lie, and from whence had issued the disturbing veil of sadness that hung over her. It was of her outer and more practical mind, and at last, quite comforted, she fell asleep. And now the frosty daybreak was striking with its diaphanous wings, cold and pure as hoarfrost, against the window panes of the stranger's room, and Giovanna thought of the sun, and her spirits rose. The older woman presently awoke as well, and she too turned at once to the window. "Ah!" she exclaimed in a tone of satisfaction, "it is going to be fine." They dressed and went down. Aunt Poreda, polite and attentive as usual, was already in the kitchen. She served her guests with coffee, and helped them to saddle the horse. To all appearances she had quite forgotten the discussion of the previous evening. But no sooner had the two women passed out the door than she made the sign of the cross, as though to exorcise the mortal sin as well. "Very good," she said to herself, closing the door after them. "A pleasant journey to you, and may the Lord have mercy on your souls." Through the crystalline stillness of the morning came the sound of shrill cock crowing, close at hand, further away, and further still, but the little town still slept beneath its canopy of china blue. This time the Eras were to make the journey alone. They had to descend into the valley, cross it, then climb the mountain range which they could see beyond, showing grey in the early light, its snow-capped peaks standing out boldly against the horizon. It was very cold. There was no wind, but the air cut keenly. As they descended into the wild valley, the intense stillness seemed only to be intensified by the monotonous murmur of a mountain stream. The short winter grass, bright green in colour and shining with hoarfrost, showed here and there in vivid patches along the edges of the winding path. From the rocks came a smell of damp moss, and the green copses sparkled with a glittering layer of frost. The whole valley was radiantly fresh and sweet and wild, but here and there gnarled outlines of solitary trees stood out like hermits penitentially exposing their bent and naked forms to the cold brilliance of the winter's morning. In the fields the earth showed black and damp, and long lines of dilapidated wall, climbing the hillsides and descending into the hollows, looked, with their coating of green moss, like huge green worms. On and on and on journeyed the two women, their hands and feet and faces numb and stiff with cold. They crossed the stream at a ford where the water ran broad and shallow and quiet. Then they reascended the valley and began to climb the mountain at its further end. The sun, now well above the horizon, was shining with a cold, clear radiance, and the mountains of the distant coast range showed blue against the gold of the sky. The wind had risen as well, and, laden with the odour of damp rocks and earth, was stirring among the shrubs and bushes. The two women proceeded silently on their way, each buried in her own thoughts. In the middle of a small defile, overhung by rocks and shadowed by the lofty snow-capped summits of the mountains, they met a man of Biti journeying on foot. The travellers exchanged greetings, although unknown to one another, and passed on their respective ways. As the women mounted higher and higher, the sun enveloped and warmed them more and more, and they thought of the half of the journey already accomplished, of the purchases they were carrying back in the wallet, of what they would do when they got home, and Aunt Bacchisia thought of Aunt Martina's amazement when she should see Giovanna's outfit, while Giovanna thought of Brontu and of the queer things he would sometimes say when he was drunk. Preoccupied as they were, however, when they caught sight of the white walls of the church of San Francisco glistening among the green bushes halfway up the mountainside, each thought of Constantino and said an Ave Maria for him. Shortly after midday they reached home. Oley, set in its circle of damp fields, and blown upon by the frozen breath of the mighty sphinxes whose heads were now wreathed in bands of snow, was far colder than Nuoro, and the sun could barely warm life into the scanty herbage in its narrow, melancholy streets. The roofs were covered with rust and mildew, some of them overgrown with dog grass. The walls were black with damp, the trees nude and brown. Here and there a thin line of smoke could be seen curling upwards into the limitless space above, but, as usual, the village appeared to be utterly silent and deserted. In the crevices of the walls, the little purple and green cups of the Venus's looking-glass bloomed chillily. Speckled lizards crawled into the sun, and snails and shining beetles mounted patiently from stone to stone. Aunt Martina, seated on her portico, spinning in the sun, saw the arrival of the travellers, and was instantly devoured by curiosity to know what they had in their wallet. She controlled herself, however, and returned their greeting with courteous composure. Towards evening Brontu arrived. He visited his betrothed every 3 days, and this evening his mother decided to accompany him in order to see the purchases made by her neighbours in Nuoro. A sparse little fire of juniper wood was burning on Aunt Bacchisia's hearth, throwing out fitful gleams of light across the paved flooring, and lighting up the earthen walls of the kitchen with a faint rosy glow. Giovanna wanted to bring a candle, but the visitors prevented her. Aunt Martina, from an instinct of economy, and Brontu because in the dim firelight he felt freer to gaze at his betrothed. The attitude of the latter towards her future mother-in-law and towards Brontu himself was quite perfect. She had a gentle, subdued manner, and spoke in childlike tones, albeit expressing sentiments of profound wisdom. She gave shy glances from beneath her long thick lashes, and might have been a girl of 15, so guileless and innocent was her bearing. She was not, in truth, consciously acting a part. What she did was purely instinctive. Brontu was madly in love with her, and now, when he had been drinking, he would run to her, and throwing himself on his knees, repeat certain puerile prayers learned in infancy. Then he would begin to cry because he realized that he was tipsy, and would swear that never, never again would he touch a drop. This evening, however, he was entirely himself, and sat talking quietly, enfolding Giovanna all the while in a passionate gaze, and smiling and displaying his teeth, which gleamed in the firelight. Aunt Patricia began to tell about their trip. She spoke of the great coat worn by the young lawyer, and of the wings in fashion among the Nuorese ladies. Then she described the Porus' kitchen, and told of their meeting a man on the road, but of the discussion started by Aunt Porreda at the supper table, and of the purchases she and Giovanna had made, she said never a word. She knew, however, very well that Aunt Martina could hardly wait to see the new possessions, and was herself no less anxious to display them. "And what have you to say about it all, Giovanna?" said Brontu, stirring the fire with the end of his stick. "You are very quiet tonight. What is the matter?" "I am tired," she replied, and then suddenly asked about Jacobi Dejas. "That crazy man, he torments the life out of me. I shall end some day by kicking him out. He does not need to work now for a living anyhow." "I don't know how it is," said Aunt Patricia. "He used to be such a cheerful soul, and now, when he has a house and cattle, and they even say he is going to be married, his temper is something. You knew, didn't you, that he threatened to beat us?" "Did he ever come back?" "No, never since that time. Nor Isidoro Pane either," said Giovanna in a dull voice. "I thought I saw him go by here yesterday evening," said Aunt Martina. Giovanna raised her head quickly, but she did not speak, and Brontu laughingly remarked that he supposed she did not stand in any particular need of leeches just at present. "Well," said Aunt Martina at length, "didn't you bring me anything from Nuoro? You keep one a long time in suspense." They had, in fact, brought her an apron, but Aunt Patricia feigned surprise and mortification. "Of course," said she, "we had forgotten for the moment," and she gave a shrill laugh, but sobered down instantly on observing that Giovanna took no part in these pleasantries, and seemed unable to shake off her melancholy. "No, no, we never thought about it, but Giovanna will show you a few trifles that we bought." Giovanna got up, lighted a candle, and went into the adjoining room, Brontu's ardent gaze following her. Aunt Martina sat waiting for her present. Several moments passed, and Giovanna did not return. "What is she doing in there?" asked Brontu. "Who knows?" Another minute elapsed. "I am going to see," he said, jumping up and walking towards the door. "No, no, what are you thinking of?" said Aunt Patricia, but so faint-heartedly that Aunt Martina, scandalised, called to her son to come back with energetic tss, tss. Brontu, however, paying no attention, tiptoed to the door. Giovanna was standing before an open drawer, rereading a letter which she had found slipped underneath the door when they got home that day. It was a heartbroken appeal from Constantino. In his round, unformed characters, he implored her, for the last time, not to do this thing that she was about to do. He reminded her of the faraway time of their early love. He promised to come back. He assured her solemnly of his innocence. "If you have no pity for me," the letter concluded, "at least have some for yourself, for your own soul. Remember the mortal sin. Remember eternity." Ah, the same words that Aunt Pereda had used, the very same, the very same! Uncle Isidoro must have slipped the letter in while they were away. How long had it been since they had had any direct news of the prisoner? The tears rushed to her eyes, but what moved her were probably more the memories of the past than any thoughts of that eternal future. Suddenly she heard the door being pushed softly open, and someone stealing in behind her. Leaning quickly over, she began to rummage in the drawer with trembling hands and misty eyes. Brontu stood directly behind her with outstretched arms. He clasped her around the shoulders, and she, pretending to be frightened, began to tremble. "What is it? What are you doing?" he asked in a low, broken voice. "Oh, I am looking, the apron we got for your mother. I don't know what I have done with it. Let me go," she said, trying to free herself from his embrace. Close to her face she saw his white teeth gleaming between the full, smiling lips, as red and lustrous as two ripe cherries. Then suddenly she felt his hand behind her head, and those two burning lips were pressed close to her own in a kiss that was like the blast from a fiery furnace. "Ah!" she panted, "we have forgotten eternity." A little later, she was seated once more in her place by the fire, laughing with all the abandonment of a happy child, while Brontu regarded her with the same look in his eyes that he had when he had been drinking. The winter passed by. Constantino's friends never abandoned their efforts to break off the accursed match, but in vain. The Dejases and Eras were like people bewitched, and remained deaf alike to prayers, threats, and innuendos. The syndic, even the syndic, a pale and haughty personage who resembled Napoleon I, was against this devil's marriage, and when Brontu and Giovanna came to him in great secrecy to have it published, he treated them with the utmost contempt, spitting on the ground all the time they were there. When the question of the divorce had first been mooted, people talked and wondered, but nothing more. Then, when it was said that Brontu and Giovanna were in love with each other, there was general disapproval. Yet at bottom the community was not ill pleased to have such a fruitful theme to gossip about. But when there was talk of a marriage, then everyone said it was simply and purely an impossibility. The neighbours laughed and rather hoped that Brontu was amusing himself at the expense of the Eras. After that, had the young people merely lived together in mortal sin, probably nothing more would have been said, and people would have ceased to laugh and thought no more about it. It would not have been the first time that such a thing had occurred, nor was it likely to be the last, and Giovanna could cite her youth and poverty by way of excuse. But marry a woman who had already had a husband? Marry her? That was a thing not to be stood. What would you have? People are made that way. And then the disgrace and scandal of it. Why, it was a sin, a horrible sin, and it was feared that God might punish the entire community for the fault of these two. There were even threats of making a demonstration on the marriage day, whistling, stone throwing, and beating the bride and bridegroom. When rumours of these things reached their ears, Brontu became very angry. Aunt Patricia said, "Leave them to me," and Aunt Martina threw up her head with the movement of a war horse when it sensed the smell of the first volley. Ah, she would rather like to fight and win. She was beginning to feel old. She was tired of work and well pleased at the prospect of having a strong servant in the house without wages. Moreover, she liked Giovanna, and Brontu wanted her, and so people might burst with envy if they chose. On the evening of the day when the marriage was published, Uncle Isidoro Pane was working hard in his miserable hut by the brilliant ruddy light of a large fire. This was the one luxury which Uncle Isidoro was able to allow himself, a good fire, since he collected his wood from the fields, the river banks, and the forests. During the winter his chief occupation was weaving cord out of horsehair. He knew, in fact, how to do a little of almost everything: spin, sew, cook, when there was anything to cook, patch shoes, and yet he had never been able to escape from dire poverty. Suddenly the door was thrown open. There was a momentary glimpse of the March sky, not stormy but overcast, and Jacobi Dejas silently seated himself beside the fire. The fisherman's kitchen looked like one of those pictures of Flemish interiors, where the figures are thrown out in a ruddy glow against a dark background. By the uncertain light, a grey spider web could be dimly discerned, with the spider in the middle. In the corner near the hearth, a glass jug filled to the brim with water in which black leeches swam about. A yellow basket against the wall, and finally the figures of the two men and the black hair cord, its loose ends held between the bony red fingers of the old fisherman. "And how goes it now?" asked Jacobi. "How goes it now? How goes it now?" repeated the old man. "I don't know." "Well, it's been published," said Jacobi, more as though he were talking to himself. "The thing is actually done. The drunkard never even came near the pastures today, so I just took myself off as well. They may steal his sheep if they want to. I don't care. Here I am, and something has got to be done, Isidoro Pane. Hi, Isidoro Pane, leave that cord alone and listen to me. Something has got to be done. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I hear you. But what is there to do? We have all done what we can, implored, expostulated, threatened. The syndic has interfered, the clerk, priest Elias. Oh, priest Elias, what did he do? Talk to them with sugar in his mouth. He should have threatened them. He should have said, 'I'll take the holy books and I'll curse you. I'll excommunicate you. You shall never be able to satisfy your hunger, nor to quench your thirst, nor to have any peace. You shall live in a hell upon earth.' And then you would have seen some result. But no, he is a dunce, a warm milk priest, and he has not done his duty. Don't speak of him to me. It makes me angry." Isidoro laid down the cord. "It's of no use to get angry," said he. "Priest Elias has no business with threats, and he has not used them. But never fear, excommunication will fall on that house all the same. Well, I am going to leave them. Yes, I am going away. I'll eat no more of their accursed bread," said Jacobi, with a look expressive of his loathing and disgust. "But before going, I should like to have the pleasure of administering a sound thrashing to those favourites of the devil." "You are crazy, little spring bird," said Isidoro, with a melancholy smile, imitating Jacobi. "Yes, I am. I'm crazy. But even so, what do you care? You haven't done anything either to stop this sacrilege. Oh, it's disgraceful. I've lost all my good spirits. It has made me 10 years older. All my good spirits, and I keep thinking all the time of what Constantino will say to us for not being able to put a stop to it. Is it true that he is ill?" "Not now. He was ill, but now he is only desperate," said Uncle Isidoro, shaking his head. Then he picked up the cord and began plaiting it again, murmuring below his breath, excommunicate, excommunicate. I get so furious that I foam at the mouth, the way a dog does," said Jacobi, raising his voice. "Just exactly like a dog. No, after all, I don't think I'll quit that house. I'll stay there if I burst, and see them when the blast of excommunication strikes them. Yes, if there is one thing that is sure, it is that God punishes both in this life and the other too, and I want to be on hand when it comes. What is it that you're making, Uncle Sidoro?" "A horsehair cord." There was a short silence. Jacobi sat staring at the cord, his eyes dim with grief and anger. "What are you going to do with it when it is done?" "Sell it over in Nuoro. I sell them here too sometimes. The peasants use them to tie their cows." "What makes you look at it like that? You are not thinking of hanging yourself, are you?" "No, little spring bird, you can do that for yourself if it is God's will. Yes," he continued, again raising his voice, "they have actually published the notice." Another silence. Then Isidoro said, "Who knows? I can't help hoping yet that that marriage may never come off. I have faith in God, and I believe that San Constantino may still perform some miracle to stop it." "Why, certainly. Why not? A miracle by all means," said Jacobi scornfully. "Yes, why not?" replied Isidoro calmly. "The real murderer of Basilio Ledda might die now, for instance, and confess. In that case, the divorce could not hold good." "Of course, die just at this precise time," said the other in the same tone as before. "You are as innocent as a 3-year-old child, Isidoro, with your Christian faith." "Well, who knows? Or he might be found out." "Why, to be sure, he might be found out, just in the nick of time. Only what has anyone ever known about it? And who is to find him out?" "Who? Why, you, I, anyone." "There you go again, just like a 3-year-old child, or rather a snail before it's out of the shell. And how, pray, are we to find him out? Are we even certain that Constantino did not do it himself?" "Yes, we are certain, entirely so," said Isidoro. "It might have been any one of us, but never him. I might have done it, or you." Jacobi got up. "Well, what can you suggest to do? If there is anything to be done, tell me." "Anyone but him," repeated Isidoro, without raising his head. "Yes, there is one thing to do: commit ourselves into the hands of God." "Oh, you make me so angry!" cried the other, stamping about the forlorn little room like an imprisoned bull. "I ask if there are any steps to be taken, and you answer like a fool. I'll go and choke Bacchissia Era. That will be really something to do." And he marched off as he had come, without greeting or salutation of any kind, angry this time in earnest. Uncle Isidoro likewise did not so much as raise his head, but noticing presently that his visitor had left the door open, he got up to close it, and stood for some moments looking out. It was a mild March night, moonlit but overcast. Already one got faint damp whiffs, suggestive of the first stirrings of vegetation. All about the old man's hovel, the hedges and wild shrubs seemed to lie sleeping in the faint, mysterious light of the veiled moon. Far away, just above the horizon, a streak of clear sky wound and zigzagged its way among the vaporous clouds, like a deep blue river on whose banks a fire burned. Isidoro shut the door, and with a heavy sigh resumed his work. It was the vigil of the Assumption, a hot, cloudy Wednesday. Aunt Martina sat on the portico spinning, while Giovanna, who was pregnant, sifted grain nearby. Usually 2 women perform this task, but Giovanna was doing it alone. First, she stirred the grain around in the sieve and extracted all bits of stone. Then she sifted it carefully into a piece of cloth placed in a large basket that stood before her. She was seated on the ground, and beside her was another basket heaped with grain that looked as though it were piled with gold dust. Instead of growing fat, the wife with 2 husbands, as she was called in the neighbourhood, had become much thinner. Her nose was red and somewhat puffed. There were dark circles around her eyes, and her lower lip was drawn down with an expression of discontent. Some dishevelled-looking roosters, which now and again fell to fighting and strewed the floor with feathers, were laying siege to the basket. From time to time one of them would succeed in thrusting his bill inside. Then Giovanna, with loud cries and threats, would drive him off, but only to stand watchful and alert, ready to return to the charge the moment her attention wandered. Her attention wandered frequently. Her expression was sad, or rather indifferent, that of a self-centred person dwelling continually on her individual woes. The skies might fall, but she would consider only how the event might be expected to affect her personally. She was barefoot and quite dirty, as Aunt Martina hated to have her soap used. The 2 women worked on in silence, but the older one watched her companion out of the corner of her eye, and whenever she was slack about driving off the chickens, she screamed at them herself. At length one, bolder than the rest, jumped on the edge of the basket and began greedily pecking within. "Ah! Ah!" shrieked Aunt Martina. Giovanna turned with a sudden movement, and the rooster, spreading its wings, flew off, leaving a trail of yellow grains behind it, which, in dread lest her mother-in-law should scold her, she was always in dread of that, she hastily began to gather up. "What a nuisance they are!" she exclaimed peevishly. "Ah, I should say they were, a downright nuisance," said the other mildly. "No, don't lean over like that, my daughter, you'll hurt yourself. Let me do it." And leaving her spindle, she stooped down and began to pick up the grains one at a time, while a hen seized the opportunity to pull at the bunch of flax on her distaff. "Ah, you! I'll wring your neck for you!" shrieked Aunt Martina, suddenly turning and espying it, and as she drove it off, the others all instantly fell to gobbling up the grain. The younger woman went on with her task, bending over the sieve, silent and abstracted. From the portico could be seen the deserted common. Aunt Bacchisia's bare little cottage in the sultry noontide glare, a burning stretch of road, yellow deserted fields, and a horizon like metal. The clouds, banked high one upon another, seemed to rain heat, and the stillness was almost oppressive. A tall, barefooted boy passed by, leading a couple of small black cows. Then came a young woman, likewise barefoot, who stared at Giovanna with 2 round eyes. Then a fat white dog with its nose to the ground. But that was all. No other incident broke the monotony of the sultry noontide. Giovanna sifted and stirred ever more and more languidly. She was weary, she was hungry, but not for food. She was thirsty, but not for drink. Through her whole physical nature, she was conscious of a need of something hopelessly lost. Her task finished, she leaned over and began pouring the grain back from one basket to another. "Let it be, let it be," said Aunt Martina solicitously. "You will do yourself some harm." Giovanna, starting presently to carry the grain to the mill, a grindstone turned by a small donkey, which grinds 100 litres of grain in 4 days. Her mother-in-law prevented her and took it herself. Left alone, Giovanna went into the kitchen, looked cautiously around, and then began to search through the cupboards. Nothing anywhere. Not a piece of fruit, no wine, not so much as a drop of liquor wherewith to quench the intolerable thirst that tormented her. She did at last find a little coffee, which she heated and sweetened with a bit of sugar from her pocket, carefully recovering the fire when she had done. The mouthful of warm liquid seemed, however, the rather to augment her thirst. Giovanna felt that what she wanted was some soft, delicious drink, something that she had never tasted in all her life, and never would. A dull anger took possession of her, and her eyes grew bitter. Walking over to the door of the storeroom, she shook it, although knowing perfectly well that it was locked. Her lips grew white, and she murmured a curse below her breath. Then, barefoot as she was, she went out, noiselessly crossed the common, and called her mother. "Come in," answered the latter from the kitchen. "I can't, there's no one in the house." Aunt Bakicia came and stood in the doorway. Glancing up at the sky, she remarked that it looked threatening, and that there would probably be a storm that night. "Well, I don't care," said Giovanna sullenly. "It may rain every bolt out of heaven." Then she added more gently, "But may that which I bear be saved from harm." "Upon my soul, you are in a bad humour. What has become of the old witch? I saw you sifting grain." "She has taken it to the mill. She was afraid to let me go for fear I might steal some." "Patience, my daughter. It will not always be like this." "But it is like this, and I can't stand it any longer. What sort of a life is it? She has honey on her lips and a goad in her hand. Work, work, work! She drives me like a beast of burden, and gives me barley bread and water, and no light at night, and bare feet. Oh, as much of all that as I ever want." Aunt Bakicia listened, unable to offer any consolation. She was indeed accustomed to hear these plaints poured into her ears daily. Oh, Aunt Bakicia had been fooled as well, and had to work harder than ever before, though for that she cared little. It was Giovanna's really wretched condition that gave her the most concern. "Patience, patience! Better times are coming. No one can rob you of the future." "Bah! What does that amount to? I shall be an old woman by that time, if I haven't died already of rage. What good will it do to be well off when you're old? You can't enjoy anything then." "Yes, you can, upon my soul," said the other, her green eyes gleaming like a couple of fireflies. "I could enjoy a great many things well enough. To have nothing to do all day, and roast meat to eat, and soft bread, and trout, and eels, and to drink white wine, and rosalis, and chocolate." "Stop!" cried Giovanna with a groan, and she told how she had been unable to find anything wherewith to quench her burning thirst. "You must have patience," repeated the mother. "That comes from your condition. If you had the most delicious things in the world to choose from, liquors from the king's own table, you would still be thirsty." Giovanna kept gazing up at the house with the portico, her eyes weary and hopeless, and her mouth drawn down sullenly. "Yes, we will have rain tonight," said the other again. "It can rain as much as it wants to." "Is Brontu coming home?" "Yes, he is, and I'm going to tell him about everything tonight. Yes, I shall speak to him about it this very night." "My soul, you are? And what is it that you're going to speak to him about?" "Why, I am going to tell him that I can't stand it any longer, and if he only wanted me so as to have a servant and nothing else, he will find that he has made a mistake, and—" "You will tell him nothing of the sort," said the old woman energetically. "Let him alone. Doesn't he have to work and live like a servant himself? What is the use of bothering him? He might send you packing and marry someone else in church." Giovanna began to tremble violently, her expression softened, and her eyes filled. "He's not bad," she said, "but he gets tipsy all the time, and smells as strong of brandy as a still. It makes me sick sometimes. Then he gets so angry about nothing at all. Ugh, he's unbearable. It was far, far better." "Well," demanded Aunt Patricia coldly, "what was better?" "Nothing." This was the kind of thing that went on all the time. Giovanna did nothing but brood over memories of Constantino, how good he had been, how handsome and clean and gentle. A deep melancholy possessed her, far more bitter than any sorrow one feels for the dead, while her approaching maternity, instead of bringing consolation, the rather increased her despair. The afternoon wore on, grey and leaden. Not a breath of air relieved the suffocating stillness. Giovanna established herself on the tumble-down wall beneath the almond tree, and her mother came and sat beside her. For a while neither of them spoke. Then Giovanna said, as though continuing a conversation that had been interrupted, "Yes, it is just the way it used to be at first, after the sentence. I dream every night that he has come back, and it is curious, but you know I am never frightened, though Jacobi Dejas declares that if Constantino ever did come back, he would kill me. I don't know, but I somehow feel in my heart that he is coming back. I never used to think so, but I do now. Oh, there is no use in looking at me like that. Am I reproaching you for anything? I should say not. You would have had a better right to reproach me. What good has it all done you? None at all. You can't even come to see me any more. Up there." She thrust out her lip in the direction of the White House. "My mother-in-law is afraid you might carry some dust off on your feet, and I can't give you anything, not a thing, do you understand? Not even my work. Everything is kept locked up, and I am treated exactly like a servant." "But I don't want anything, my heart. Don't make yourself miserable over such trifles. I am not in need of anything," said Aunt Patricia very gently. "You must not worry about me. All I care about is that money I borrowed from Anna Dejas. I don't see how I am ever to pay her, but she will wait." Giovanna reddened angrily and wrung her hands, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "Well, anyhow, I shall certainly speak to him about that tonight, the nasty beast. I am going to tell him that at least he might pay for the rags I have on my back. Pay for them! Pay for them! May you be shot!" "Don't speak so loud, don't get so excited, my soul. There is no use, I tell you, in losing your temper. What good will getting angry do you? Suppose he were to turn you out?" "Well, he may if he wants to. It'd be better if he did. At least I could work for myself then, instead of slaving for those accursed people. Ah, there she is, coming back," she added in a lower tone, as the black-robed figure of Aunt Martina appeared in the open glare of the common. "Now I'll get a scolding for leaving the house empty. She's afraid someone will steal her money. She has heaps of it, and she doesn't even know about it. She can't tell one note from another, nor the coins either. She has 10,000 lire. Yes, 1,000 scudi. No, my soul, 2,000. Well, 2,000 hidden away. And I am not allowed a drop of anything to refresh me or to slake this burning thirst inside me." "It will all be yours," said Aunt Patricia, "if you will only be patient and bide your time. When the angels come some day and carry her off to paradise, it will all belong to you." Giovanna cleared her throat and rubbed it with one hand. Then she resumed hotly, "They may drive me out if they want to. It makes no difference to me. Listen, the communal clerk says I am Brontu's wife, but it seems to me as though I were just living with him in mortal sin. Do you remember what sort of a marriage it was? Done secretly, in the dark almost, without as much as a dog present, no confections, nothing. And then Jacoby Dejas choke him, laughing and yelling out, 'Here he comes, the beauty!' And then the beauty came." "Now you listen to me," said Aunt Patricia in a low, penetrating voice. "You are simply a fool. Upon my word, you always were, and you always will be. Why do you give up so, and for such trifles too? I tell you, every poor daughter-in-law has got to live just as you are living. Your harvest time will come. Only be patient and obedient, and you will see it will all come out right. Moreover, just as soon as the baby is born, I believe you will find that things are very different." "No, nothing will be different. And then, if there were no children, they will only chain me faster to that stone that is dragging me down and trampling on me." "Would you like to know something? Well, my real husband is Constantino Ledda, and—" "I'll stop your mouth. You are beside yourself, my soul. Be quiet." "And if he comes back," Giovanna went on, "I'll not be able to return to him on account of having children." "I will stop your mouth," repeated Aunt Patricia, trembling and rising to her feet with a movement as though she were about to put her threat into execution. There was no need, however, for Giovanna saw her mother-in-law coming across the common and broke off. Aunt Martina, spinning as she walked, slowly approached the two women. "Taking the air?" she inquired, without raising her eyes from the whirling spindle. "Fine air. The heat is suffocating. Ah, tonight we may get some rain," replied Aunt Patricia. "It undoubtedly is going to rain. Let us hope there will be no thunder. I am so afraid of thunder. The devil empties out his bag of nuts then. I hope and trust Brontu will be in before evening. What shall we have for supper, Giovanna?" "Whatever you like." "Are you going to stay out there? Don't run any risks. It might be bad for you." "What will be bad for me?" "Why, the evening air. It is always a little damp. It is safer to stay inside, and you might be getting supper ready. There are some eggs, my daughter, eggs and tomatoes. Prepare them for yourself and your husband. I'm not hungry. Really, do you know," she continued, turning to Aunt Patricia, "I have no appetite at all these days. Perhaps it is the weather." "Perhaps it is the devil perched on your croup and your own stinginess," thought the other. Giovanna neither spoke nor moved. She seemed completely immersed in her own dismal thoughts. "The panegyric is to be at 11 tomorrow. Such an inconvenient hour. Shall you go, Giovanna? It has always been at 10 o'clock in other years." "No, I shall not go," replied Giovanna in a dull tone. She was ashamed now to be seen in church. "Yes, at that time it is apt to be warm. It is just as well that you should not go. But it seems to be raining," she added, holding out her hand. A big drop fell and spread among the hairs on its back. Tick, 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 other great drops came splashing down on the motionless almond tree and on the ground, boring little holes in the sand of the common. At the same time the sky appeared to be lightening. There was a vivid gleam, and a great yellow cloud with markings of a darker shade sailed slowly across the bronze background of the sky. The women took refuge in their houses, and immediately afterwards the rain began to fall in earnest, a heavy, steady downpour, with neither wind nor thunder, but almost frightening in its violence. In 10 minutes it was all over, but enough had fallen to soak the ground. God, O San Constantino, O Holy Assumption, moaned Aunt Martina. If Brontu is out in this, he'll be like a drowned chicken. And she studied the heavens anxiously, though never for a moment ceasing to spin, while Giovanna began to prepare the supper. Listening to the clatter of the rain, she too felt a vague uneasiness, not indeed on her husband's account, but in dread of some unknown, indefinable evil. All at once, the yellow light that had accompanied the downpour melted in the west into a clear, pale blue sky. The rain stopped suddenly. The clouds opened and parted, scurrying off, under one another, on top of one another, like a great crowd of people dispersing after a reunion. The light was sea green. The air was fresh and reviving, filled with the odour of damp earth and of dried grass that has had a thorough soaking, and with the sound of shrill, foolish crowings of roosters mistaking this pale, clear twilight for the dawn. Then silence. Aunt Martina's black figure, eternally spinning on the portico, made a dark splotch against the green sky. Giovanna was lighting the fire, bending over the hearth, when a long, tremulous neigh broke on her ears. The tremor in the sound seemed to communicate itself to her, and she straightened herself up, trembling as well, and looked out. Brontu was arriving, and she was frightened. What about? About everything and nothing at all. A tiny gleam flashed out from Aunt Bakisia's cottage. By its light the old woman was endeavouring, with the aid of a rough broom, to sweep out the water that had poured over her threshold. The sky beyond the yellow fields looked like a stretch of still green water, and in the foreground the almond tree, glossy and dripping, dominated everything around it. Beneath the almond tree, in the last gleam of daylight, Brontu appeared on horseback, horse and rider alike, black and steaming, and lagging along as though sodden and weighted by the deluge that had poured over them. The two women came running out to meet him, uttering many expressions of horror, possibly a trifle exaggerated in tone, but he paid no attention to them. "The devil, the devil, the devil!" he muttered, drawing his feet heavily out of the stirrups, and lifting first one and then the other. "Go to the devil who sent you! My shoes are waterlogged. Why don't you get to work?" he added crossly, marching off to the kitchen. The two women began at once to unload the horse, and when Giovanna followed him a little later, he at once demanded something to drink, to dry him. "Change your clothes," she told him. But no, he did not want to change his clothes. He only wanted something to drink. "To dry him," he repeated, and grew angry when Giovanna would not get it for him. He ended, however, by doing precisely as she said, changed his clothes, took nothing to drink, and while waiting for supper, sat carefully rubbing his wet hair on a towel and combing it out. "What a deluge! What a deluge!" he said. "A regular sea pouring straight out of heaven. Ah, I got my crust well softened this time." He gave a little laugh. "How are you, Giovanna? All right, eh? Jacobi Dejas sent all kinds of messages. You act like smoke in his eyes." "You ought to stop his tongue," said Aunt Martina. "He's only a dirty serving man. If you didn't let him take such liberties, he would respect you more. I stopped more than his tongue. He wanted me to let him come in tonight. No, I said, you'll stay where you are and split. He's coming in tomorrow, though. Tomorrow? And why tomorrow? Ah, my son, you let yourself be robbed quite openly. You don't amount to anything." "Well, after all, tomorrow is the Assumption," said he, raising his voice, and putting the finishing touches to his hairdressing. "And Jacobe is a relation, so let it rest. There, Giovanna, see how handsome I am." He smiled at her, showing his splendid teeth. He did, in truth, look so handsome and clean and radiant, with his shining locks and fresh colour, that Giovanna felt a momentary softening. Presently he began to hum a foolish little song that children sing when it rains. "Rain, rain, rain, ripe grapes and figs." And so they all sat down to the evening meal in high good humour and contentment. Aunt Martina, excusing herself on the plea of having no appetite, ate nothing but bread, onions, and cheese, articles of diet, however, of which she happened to be particularly fond, but this in no wise interfered with the general harmony of the supper. After they had finished, Brontu asked Giovanna to go out with him for a little walk, just to ramble about with no particular object among the paths and deserted lanes of the village. The sky had completely cleared. A few flickering stars glimmered faintly from out its pellucid depths, and the air was full of the odour of dead grass and wet stones. Quantities of sand and mud had been washed over the paths, but Giovanna wore her skirts very short, and such heavy-nailed shoes that they struck against the stones with a sound like metal. Brontu took hold of her arm, and began to invent wonderful pieces of news, as his custom was when he wanted to interest her. "Zanchini," said he, naming one of the men, "has found something. What do you suppose it is?" "A baby." "When?" "Why, today, I think. Zanchini was digging up a lentisk when he heard a wow wow. He looked, and there was a baby, only a few days old. Well, that wasn't so wonderful, but now comes the queer part. A little cloud suddenly came flying through the air, and swooped down on Zanchini and seized the baby. It was an eagle who had evidently stolen the baby somewhere and hidden it among the bushes, and when he saw Zanchini looking at it, he shot down it—" "Get out," said Giovanna. "I don't believe a single word you say." "Make me rich if it's not true." Get out," said Giovanna again impatiently. And Brontu, seeing that instead of being amused she was out of humour, asked her if she had had a bad dream. She remembered the one she had told her mother of, and made no reply. In this way they came to the other side of the village, that is, to the part where Isidoro Pane lived. A spectacle of indescribable loveliness lay spread before them. The moon, like a great golden face, gazed down from the silver-blue west, and the black earth, the wet trees, the slate-stone houses, the clumps of bushes, and the wild stretch of upland, everything as far as the eye could reach, to the very utmost confines of the horizon, seemed bathed in a tender, half-tearful smile. The two young people passed close by the fisherman's hut, and they could hear him singing. Brontu stopped. "Come on," said Giovanna, dragging him by the arm. "Wait a moment. I want to knock on the thing he calls his door." "No," she said, trembling. "Come away, come on, I tell you. If you don't come, I'll leave you by yourself." "Oh, yes, that's true. You and he have had a quarrel. I haven't, though. I'm going to knock on his door." "I'm going on, then." "He was singing the Lauds of San Constantino," said Brontu, as he rejoined her a few moments later. "The one the saint gave him on the river bank that time. That old man is stark mad." On the following morning, at about 11 o'clock, the religious services began in the church. They were set for this late hour so as to allow for the arrival of a young priest from Nuoro, a friend of priest Elias's, who was to give a panegyric gratis to the people of Orlais. This panegyric was a great event, and in consequence, by 10 o'clock, the church overflowed with a gaily dressed throng of persons. The building itself was painted in the most vivid colours. Pink walls relieved by stripes of bright blue, a yellow wooden pulpit, and rows of lusty saints with red cheeks and blonde hair simpering from their pink niches like so many Teutonic worthies. San Constantino, however, the patron saint, was clad in armour, and his face looked dark and stern. This ancient statue was believed to perform miracles, and according to local tradition had been carved by San Nicodemus himself. Through the wide open door came a flood of sunshine, which, pouring over the congregation, enveloped them in a cloud of golden dust. At the other end of the church, where the altar stood, it seemed quite dark, notwithstanding the large M of lighted tapers, looking with their motionless flames like so many arrowheads stuck on shafts of white wood. Priest Elias was celebrating Mass, and close by stood his friend, wearing a lace alb and with a small dark face like that of a shrewd child. He was singing away at the top of his voice, and all wondered to hear the little priest sing so loud, knowing that he was to preach as well. Most of the people had indeed come expressly to hear this sermon, and were paying scant attention to the Mass, being taken up with whispering and staring about them. True, the heat was suffocating, and clouds of insects made devotion difficult even for the most pious. At last, priest Elias, having finished chanting the gospel, turned his pale, ascetic face towards the people, and his lips were seen to move. Just then, the figure of Brontu Dejas appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the vivid blue background of the sky. His usual mocking expression was changed to one of self-satisfaction. Aware that the priest was speaking, he paused on the threshold to listen, holding his long black cap in his hand. Then, finding that he could distinguish nothing, he stepped inside and whispered to an old man with a long yellow beard, who stood near the door, to know what had been said. "I don't know. I couldn't hear him. They make as much racket as if they were out in a square," said the old man querulously. A tall, fresh-complexioned youth, with black hair and an aquiline nose, turned and stared at Jacobi. Noting his unusual cleanliness, his new clothes, and general air of complacency, he grinned ill-naturedly. "I think," said he, "that priest Elias said the other priest was going to begin the panegyric now." "Did you hear him say it?" asked the old man crossly. "I didn't hear him say anything at all," replied the youth. Jacobi worked his way towards the front of the church, pushing in and out among the men, who turned to look at him as he pressed against them. Suddenly a silence fell on the crowd. The men all drew back against the walls, and the women sat on the floor. In the centre of the church, where a stream of sunshine fell, was a sort of wooden bedstead painted blue, and watched over by 4 little pink-cheeked cherubs, whose green outstretched wings gave them the appearance of 4 emerald butterflies. On the bed, reposing with closed eyes upon brocade cushions, was a tiny Madonna. She was dressed entirely in white, with rings, necklaces, and earrings of gold. It was the Assumption. The dark, shrewd face of the little priest now appeared above the edge of the pulpit. Jacobi regarded him fixedly for a moment, and then turned his right ear towards him so as to hear better. "People of Orlais, brothers, sisters," said the priest in a clear, childish treble, "ask to preach you a little sermon on this solemn day." Jacobi liked the opening, but finding that he could hear very well without paying strict attention, he turned and began to observe the people, talking all the while to himself, though without losing any of the discourse. "There's Isidoro Pani, the devil take him, if he hasn't got on new clothes too. I wonder if he's also thinking of getting married. Hey, hey! That fresh-looking fellow down there by the door was laughing at me. He saw how happy and prosperous I looked, and thought, of course, that I must be going to get married. Well, and what if I am? Is it any business of yours, you puppy? Can't I get married if I want to? I have a house of my own, and cattle too. Hey, hey, my sister will die without heirs. God bless her. There she is, looking like a pink, shiny little wax doll. Who would ever suppose that she is older than I? She wants me to get a wife. Well, I am perfectly willing, but whom shall I get? I am not so easy to please, and then I'm afraid. With this new law, the devil roast all the lawyers, who in the world is one ever to trust? There's that precious young master of mine. There he is at this very minute, with the stamp of mortal sin on him. What is he doing here? Why don't they horsewhip him? Why don't they drive him out like a dog? And his old bird of prey mother too, the old jade, there she is. Why don't they drive both of them out? Ah, he thought presently, that is true, though. If they turned everyone out who did wrong, the church would soon be empty. But those two people, I hate them. I'd like to flog them till the blood came. I'm not bad, though. Didn't I stay up at the Folds only today, working to repair the damage made by yesterday's storm? Then, when I came down, there was Giovanna getting dinner all by herself. She was dirty and ill and unhappy. No holiday for her. The mother and son go off together, and she, the maidservant, stays at home and does the work. Well, it serves her right, a bad woman. And yet I do feel sorry for her sometimes. There, God help me, I do feel sorry for her. When I said something ugly to her just now, she never answered a word. After all, when you come to think of it, she's the mistress and I'm the servant. But is it my fault if I can't help pitching into you sometimes, little spring bird? I can't bear the sight of you, and all the same I'm sorry for you, and that's the way it is. Now we must listen to what the priest has to tell us. He's just like a sparrow, that's it, a sparrow singing in its nest. Brothers, sisters, beloved, cried the little preacher in the soft Logaderese dialect, which sounds almost like Spanish, and waving his small white hands in the air, the faith of Our Lady is the most ideal, the most sublime of all faiths. She, the gentle woman, daughter, wife, and mother of our Lord, mounted to heaven all radiant and fragrant as a chaplet of roses, and took her seat in glory amongst the angels and seraphim. There's Priest Elias, thought Jacobi, turning his little squint eyes, which shone like metal in the bright light, towards the altar. Yes, with his hands folded together, a boiled milk priest who can't preach anything except goodness and forgiveness, and all the time he has the holy books, and could strike right and left among the people if he chose to. Ah, if he had only threatened Giovanna era! He always looks as if he were in a dream, anyhow." "No one," continued the little preacher, standing erect in the yellow pulpit, "no one has ever been able to say that he failed to get anything he asked in true faith from our most holy Lady. She, the lily of the valley, the mystical rose of Jericho." But the audience was growing weary. The women, seated on the floor like beds of ranunculuses and poppies, were beginning to stir uneasily and had ceased to listen. The young priest understood and brought his discourse to a close with a general benediction, which included the entire gathering of persons who, while ostensibly listening to the word of God, were for the most part wholly taken up with their own and their neighbours' affairs. Priest Elias, arousing from his dream, resumed the celebration of the Mass. He alone, with possibly Isidoro Pane, had listened to the sermon, and the latter, so soon as the Mass was concluded, began to sing the Lauds, his clear, sweet voice flowing out like a stream of limpid water rippling among rocks and flowering moss. The young stranger listened with ecstasy to those liquid tones. The old fisherman's venerable figure, his long flowing beard and gentle eyes, and the bone rosary clasped between his knotted fingers, recalling certain pilgrims he had seen in Rome. He wanted to meet the old man, and Priest Elias accordingly stopped him at the church door. Jacobe, who was watching, was almost consumed with envy at the sight of the fisherman standing in friendly conversation with the two priests. "What the thunder were they saying to you?" he demanded as the other came up. "They wanted me to dine with them," said Isidoro, with some show of importance. "Oh, they wanted you to dine with them, did they? So, my little spring bird, you are getting to be somebody, it seems. Well, you come along with me." "To the Dejases? Not I!" exclaimed Isidoro in a tone of horror. "No, no, I'm not going to eat with those children of the devil today. I'm going home, so come along." It was past midday as the two men set off for Aunt Anna Rosa's house. The sun, pouring down on the narrow streets, had dried the mud and the moisture on the trees. In all directions people could be seen dispersing to their homes, and the heavy tread of the shepherds resounded on the stone pavements. Children, dressed in their Sunday best, peeped from over tumble-down walls, and through open doors glimpses could be caught of dark interiors, with here and there a copper saucepan shining from a wall like some huge medal suspended there. Thin curls of smoke floated up through the clear atmosphere, and the music of a mouth organ, issuing from a usually deserted courtyard, sounded as though it were coming from the bowels of the earth, where some melancholy old fate was solacing herself. The entire village wore an unaccustomed air of gaiety, and yet this very festal look, the wide open doors, the wreaths of smoke, the children so ill at ease at their holiday attire, the sound of the mouth organ, the bare, unshaded houses exposed to the full glare of the noontide sun, all combined to produce an effect of profound melancholy. Jacobe led the way to his sister's house, and they all three dined together. The little woman, herself widowed and childless, adored her brother, and still referred to him as "my little brother." But then she loved all her kind, without distinction, and her eyes, slightly crossed, of no colour in particular, and as pure and liquid as two tiny lakes illuminated by the moon, were as innocent as the eyes of a nursing child. She knew that evil existed, but was frightened merely at the thought of men committing sin, One of the great sorrows of her life had been Giovanna's divorce and remarriage, her own foster child, as it were. And to think that she had actually lent them the money for the wedding outfit! Jacobe dearly loved to tease her. "Here's our friend Isidoro," he cried, as the party seated themselves at table. "He is thinking of getting married, and has come to consult you." "Bless me, Isidoro Pane, and are you really going to be married?" "Oh, go along," said the fisherman good-humouredly. "So you don't care about marrying?" cried Jacobe, holding a piece of roast meat in both hands and tearing it apart with teeth that were still sound and strong. "Well, you're a dirty beast. Do you know, sister, he has lovers all the same." "I don't believe that." "It's true, though. Take me to heaven if it's not. Yes, he has lovers who suck his blood." The others laughed like two children at this humorous allusion to Isidoro's leeches. Jacobe began to cut his meat with a sharp knife, holding it between his teeth and left hand, and muttering that it was as tough as the devil's ear, while his sister and the guest, having once begun, were ready to laugh at everything. Jacobe's mood, however, suddenly changed, and for some reason which he himself was at a loss to explain, his good spirits of a few hours before deserted him. "When we have finished, I'll take you to see my palace," he said. "It will be done in a few days now, and if I wanted to, I could rent it right away, but I don't want to. I intend to live in it myself." "Then you're not going to hire out any more?" "No, not after a little while. I have worked enough. I have been working for 40 years. Do you take that in? Yes, it's 40 years. No one can say I stole the money I have laid away for my old age." "And you are going to marry?" "Pooh! Who is there to marry me? I should despise any young woman who was willing to, and I won't have an old one, not I. Take something more to drink, Isidoro Pane." "You must want to make me tipsy. Well, as it's a holiday, here's to the bride and groom." "What bride and groom?" "Jacobe Dejas and Bacchisia Era," said the fisherman, who was waxing merry. Jacobe made a quick movement as though to throw himself upon him. "I'll knock out your brains," he cried, his eyes flashing with anger. "Ah, you murderer!" laughed the other. "Hush, hush! One should not say such things," said Aunt Anna Rosa. Jacobe drank off a couple of glasses of wine, and then laughed in rather a forced way, looking sideways at his sister and the fisherman. "See here," he said suddenly, "why don't you two get married? Isidoro Pane, my sister is rich, and you see how fresh she is, just like the hip of a wild rose. You'd think she had found some magic herb and made an ointment to preserve her skin." "God bless you! How queer you are sometimes!" exclaimed the little woman. "Yes, you two had better marry. I wish it. My sister is rich. All my property will go to her, because I am going to die first. Somehow, I don't quite know why, but I feel as though I were going to die soon. I feel as though I were going to be killed. Oh, nonsense! If it happens today, it will come from drinking too much." "Dear little brother, what on earth are you talking about? In the name of the wretched souls in purgatory, don't say such things," said his sister, greatly distressed. "You have no enemies," said Isidoro, "and besides, only those perish by the sword who have used the sword." "Well, I have slaughtered many and many an innocent, unoffending fellow creature," replied Jacobe seriously, burying his mouth in a slice of watermelon. "You don't believe me? Sheep and lambs without number," and he lifted his face streaming with the pink juice, and laughed. Dinner over, the two men went off to look at the new house. Its 2 stories, the ground floor and one above it, were divided into 4 large bedrooms, a kitchen, and a stable, these accommodations being deemed sufficient to earn for it the title of palace, not alone from Jacobi, but from the entire neighbourhood as well. "Do you see this? Have you noticed that?" Jacobi kept calling out, drawing attention to every detail and corner of his property. His clean-shaven face, devoid even of eyebrows, growing meanwhile almost youthful in its enthusiasm. "You had better marry my sister," he said presently. "This house will be hers some day." "You're making fun of me," replied the other. "Because I am poor, you think you can laugh at me as much as you like." The wooden floors filled the simple soul with awe, and he hardly dared to walk on them. Jacobi, on the contrary, seemed to enjoy stamping about in his great hobnailed boots, and making as much noise as he could in the big empty rooms, all redolent of fresh plaster. The 2 men paused for a moment at an open window, whose stone sill, baked by the sun, felt hot to the touch. The house stood high, and below them in black shadow lay the village, looking like a heap of charcoal beneath the green veil of trees. All about stretched the yellow plain, and beyond, the great violet-grey sphinxes reared themselves against a cloudless sky. The bell of the little church, clamouring insistently, broke in on the noontide heat and stillness, and the sound was like metal striking against stone, as though far off in the rocky heart of those huge sphinxes a drowsy giant were wielding his pick. "Why don't you want to marry my sister?" said Jacobi again. "This house will belong to her, and this will be her bedroom. Here at this very window you could smoke your pipe." "I never smoke. Do let me be," said the fisherman impatiently. The other's talk began to annoy him. "I'm not joking, you old lizard," retorted Jacobi. "Only you are such a dull beggar that you can't even tell that I'm not." "Listen," said Isidoro, "you have given me my dinner today, and so you think you have a right to make game of me. Now I tell you this, if you want me to be grateful for it, you had better leave me alone." Jacobi stared at him for a moment, then he burst into a loud laugh. "Come on," he cried, "let's have something to drink." They went out, and Jacobi led the way to the tavern, but the other refused to enter, saying that it was time for him to be getting back to the church. In the tavern, Jacobi found Brontu and a number of others playing mora, their arms flung out in tense attitudes, and all shouting the numbers at the tops of their lungs. Before 5 o'clock, the hour set for the procession, they were all quite tipsy, Jacobi more so than anyone, notwithstanding which fact he insisted upon grasping his master by the arm, being firmly under the impression that without his aid the other would not be able to walk. He then invited the whole company to adjourn to his palace to view the procession. A little later, accordingly, the big empty rooms echoed to the sound of hoarse voices, bursts of aimless laughter, and uncertain footsteps. The windows were all thrown wide open and quickly filled with wild, bearded faces. Jacobi and Brontu were standing at the same window where the old fisherman had been shortly before. By this time the sun had left it, but the sill was still warm, while below them and beyond, the village and the plain and the mountains were striped with long bars of ever-lengthening shadows. "Cuckoo!" shouted Brontu, staring out with round eyes. This was so intensely humorous that the others all began imitating him, each one making as much noise as possible. The house resounded with the uproar, a crowd gathered in the street below, and presently the drunkards within and those without began to exchange abusive epithets, followed by spitting and stone throwing. On a sudden, however, complete silence fell. A sound of low, mournful chanting was heard approaching, and immediately after, a double line of white phantom-like figures appeared at the end of the street, preceded by a silver cross held aloft against the blue background of the sky. The men in the street fell back against the walls, the heads at the windows were lowered, and everyone uncovered. One of the white-robed brotherhood, boys for the most part, who, when the ceremonies were over, would receive 3 soldi each and a slice of watermelon, knocked at the door of the new house as he passed, and the others followed his example. "Curse you!" yelled Jacobi furiously, leaning far out of the window. "Boors walking in the procession, are you?" And he was about to spit on them, but Brontu prevented him, telling him it would not do. Now came the green brocade standard, with its 100 variegated ribbons and gilded staff, and next the Madonna of the Assumption, extended with closed eyes on her portable couch, covered with necklaces and rings that looked like relics of the Bronze Age, and watched over by the 4 green cherubs. On each of the 4 sides, walking beside the bearers, was a man wearing a white tunic and carrying in his arms a child dressed as an angel. They were charming little creatures, 2 blonde and 2 brunette, and they chattered gaily with one another, shouting to make themselves heard. One of them, tickled under the knee by the man who carried him, squirmed and wriggled, one wing hanging limply down. The sight of these children touched some finer emotion in Brontu, Jacobi, and the others, and bending their knees, they crossed themselves devoutly. The children, for their part, gazed up at the windows, and one of them, recognizing an uncle in the group, flung a red confetto at him, which, missing fire, fell back into the road. Priest Elias and the little stranger from Nuoro came next, wearing brocade and lace robes, pale and handsome in their bravery. They walked with clasped hands and rapt faces, chanting in Latin. "The devil!" exclaimed Jacobi suddenly. "If there isn't that dirty old Isidoro Pane! You'd suppose he was running the whole procession. I'm going to spit on him." "No, you're not," commanded Brontu. Jacobi coughed to attract the fisherman's attention, but the other did not so much as raise his eyes, continuing to intone the prayers, to which the people responded as with a single voice. The surging, varicolored crowd had flowed together behind the procession, and above the sea of heads could still be seen the swaying silver cross. The men had all uncovered, bald heads, shining with perspiration, mops of thick black hair, rough curly pates, and then the gay head-kerchiefs of the women, some with black grounds and yellow squares, others striped with red or covered with green spots, all surmounting flushed faces, flashing eyes, white bodices crossed on the breast, red gesticulating hands. Gradually the crowd thinned. An old cripple came limping along, then a woman with 2 children hanging to her skirts, then 3 old women, a child with a yellow flower in its mouth. The street grew empty and silent, the noise and movement and colour receding in waves, and growing ever fainter as the low, melancholy cadence of the chanted invocations died away in the distance. As the last sounds ceased, 2 cats' paws appeared on the wall opposite Jacobi's house, followed by a little white face with wide, startled eyes. Then the animal leaped on the wall and sat staring intently down the street. "Too late!" cried Brontu, waving a salute. The others shouted with laughter, and when Jacobi presently told them it was time to be off, they refused to go. The host thereupon, seizing a lath covered with plaster, tried to drive them out, and the entire troop of rough, bearded men began to run from room to room, pushing one another by the shoulders, yelling, tumbling over each other, and shrieking with laughter like so many schoolboys. Driven forth at length, they continued their horseplay in the street until Jacobi, having locked the door and put the key in his pocket, led the way back to the tavern. At dusk, Brontu and the herdsman, supporting one another, appeared at the White House. Aunt Martina was sitting on the portico with her hands beneath her apron, reciting the rosary. When her eyes fell on the 2 men, she remained perfectly still and silent, but her lips tightened, and she shook her head ever so slightly, as though to say, "Truly a fine sight." "Where is Giovanna?" demanded Brontu. "She went to her mother's." "Oh, she went to her mother's, the old harpies. Well, she's always going there, curse her." "Don't shout so, my son." "I will. I'll shout as much as I like. I'm in my own house." And turning towards the common, he began to call at the top of his voice, "Giovanna! Giovanna!" Giovanna appeared at the door of the cottage, and started to cross the common hastily with an alarmed air. As she drew near, however, her expression changed to one of annoyance and disgust. Pausing in front of the 2 men, she regarded them with a look of undisguised scorn. Jacobi laughed, but Brontu reddened to the tips of his ears with anger. "Well," she demanded, "what is the matter? Have you got the colic?" "He would have got it pretty soon if you hadn't come," said Jacobi. Brontu opened his mouth, and his lips moved, but no sounds came forth, and his anger presently died away as senselessly as it had come. "Well," he stammered, "I wanted you. We have hardly seen each other all day. What were you doing at your mother's? Who was there?" "Who was there?" she repeated in a tone of intense bitterness. "Why, no one. Who would you expect to find at our house?" "Why, San Constantino might come to give you a poem," sang Jacobi thickly. "Have you ever seen San Constantino?" "Well, there's Isidoro Pane. He's perfectly crazy. He doesn't like you. No, indeed he doesn't. And shut up! Hold your tongue," said Aunt Martina. "And the sheepfolds left all this time to take care of themselves? That's the way you attend to your master's business. You're all alike, accursed thieves." Jacobi sprang forward, erect and livid, and Giovanna, fearing that he was really going to strike the old woman, stepped quickly between them. He turned, however, without saying a word, and sat down, but with so lowering an expression that Giovanna remained near her mother-in-law in an attitude of protection. Brontu, on the contrary, was struck with the idea that his mother deserved a rebuke. "What sort of manners are these?" he demanded, in a tone that was intended to be severe. "Why, you treat people as though they were beasts, everybody. Today? No, yesterday was a holiday. If he chose to get drunk, what business was that of yours?" "I got drunk on poison," remarked Jacobi. Yes, poison, agreed Brontu. And I did too. And there's another thing, I'm tired of all this mother and wife and the whole business. So there, I'm going away. I'm going to spend the night with him in his palace. After all, we are relations, and say it right out, shouted Jacobi. You may be my heir. That's what you mean. Ha ha ha! He laughed boisterously, emitting sounds that were more like the howls of a wild beast than human laughter. Brontu, trying to imitate him, only succeeded in producing a noise like the cry of some happy animal in the springtime. Giovanna felt herself grow sick with dread. She was afraid of the rapidly approaching darkness, of the solitude that enwrapped the common, and of the presence of these two men whom wine had turned into quarrelsome beasts. The excommunication, she thought, has fallen on us all. On this servant who dares to defy his master, on the son who upbraids his mother, on me, Giovanna, who loathe and despise them one and all. Aunt Martina arose, went into the kitchen and lit the candle. Giovanna followed her and set about preparing the supper. When it was ready, they all sat down together, and for a little while everything went well. Presently Brontu began to tell of how they had watched the procession from the windows of Jacobi's palace, his account of their foolish doings bringing a smile to his mother's lips. Then he tried to put his arm around his wife, but Giovanna's heart was full of gall. For her, the holiday had been, if anything, sadder than an ordinary day. She had worked hard. She had not been to church. She had not so much as changed her dress. And yet, the moment she had allowed herself to go for a little recreation to the cottage, the scene alike of her greatest misery and of her most intense happiness, she had been ordered back as peremptorily as a dog is told to return to its kennel. Consequently, she was in no mood for endearments, and repulsed Brontu's proffered caress, telling him he was drunk. Jacobi thereupon laughed delightedly, which irritated Giovanna as much as it angered Brontu. "What are you laughing at, you mangy cur?" demanded the latter. "I might say I am not as mangy as you are yourself, but then I want to say that, well, I'm laughing because I choose to." "Hey, I can laugh too." "Fools," said Giovanna scornfully. "You make me sick, both of you." At this, Brontu, quite beside himself, suddenly turned on her. "What is the matter with you, anyhow?" he demanded in a hard voice. "One would really like to know. Here you are, living on me, and when I offer to kiss you, you fly out at me. You ought to be thankful to kiss the very ground under my feet. Do you hear me?" Giovanna grew livid. "What?" she hissed. "Am I treated any better than a servant in this house?" "Well, a servant. All right, you can just stay one. What else should you be, woman?" Jacobi's squint eyes sparkled at this, but Giovanna, rising to her feet, proceeded to pour out all the concentrated bitterness of the past months. Addressing her husband and mother-in-law, she called them slave-drivers and tyrants, threatened to go away, to kill herself, cursed the hour she had entered that house, and in the transport of her rage even revealed the debt to Jacobi's sister. At this, the herdsman fell to laughing softly to himself, murmuring words of half-mocking reproach addressed to Aunt Anna Rosa. On a sudden, however, his face grew black. The sombre figure of Aunt Bacchicia appeared in the doorway. She had heard her daughter's angry voice resounding through the stillness of the evening, and had come at once. "Here," said Aunt Martina, perfectly unmoved, "is your daughter, gone mad to all appearances." Brontu, completely sobered, was signing urgently to his mother-in-law to come forward and try to calm the furious woman, and Aunt Patricia was about to do so when Jacobi suddenly leapt to his feet and threw himself in front of her with an ugly scowl.
"Get out of here!"
he ordered, pointing to the door. "And are you the master?" asked Aunt Patricia ironically.
"Get out, I tell you!"
he repeated, and as she continued to advance, he laid hold of her. She shook him off, and he went out himself instead, and sitting down on the portico, tried to laugh. But odd to relate, instead of laughter, he presently found himself shaking all over with dry, convulsive sobs. Time passed on. The sky and weather changed with the changing seasons, but among the inhabitants of the little village all remained much as usual. In the course of the winter, Giovanna gave birth to a weak, puling girl baby, which did nothing but cry. Dr. Porra, or Deledda, as he still continued to be called, came all the way from Nuoro expressly to stand for the poor little creature. He arrived in a carriage, bundled up like a bale of clothing, his rosy face beaming as usual. Quite a number of persons had assembled to see him, and he distributed smiles and greetings indiscriminately to all who would have them, assuring a group of Brontu's friends who had gone to meet him that he remembered perfectly seeing all of them at Nuoro. This gratified them immensely, all but one, that is, who said he had never been to Nuoro. "It is of no consequence," said the lawyer cheerfully. "I am sure to see you there some day." This was a somewhat equivocal assurance, as it seldom happened that any of them went to Nuoro except on law business. However, the man was highly pleased. Aunt Patricia, watching the new arrival divest himself of his greatcoat, shawl, and various other wraps, thought that he looked more than ever like a Maggia. "You seem to have grown stouter," she said, looking at the layers of clothing. "Oh, this is a mere nothing," he replied, at which they all laughed delightedly. The baptism was to be conducted with great pomp, and Aunt Martina, probably for the first time in her life, slackened the strings of her purse and sent to Nuoro for wines and sweets of the best quality. She could not sleep the night before, however, and passed a wretched day, tormented by the fear that some of the delicacies might be spirited away. On the morning of the ceremony, Giovanna got up early and helped her mother-in-law to prepare the macaroni for dinner. Then she went back to bed, where she remained in a sitting posture, propped up by pillows, and with the bedclothes drawn up about her waist. Above that she wore her blouse and bodice, and she had on her wedding coif and bridal kerchief. She looked somewhat pale, but very handsome, her great eyes seeming larger even than usual. The table was set in the bedchamber, and covered with a linen cloth, which Aunt Martina now took out from her chest for the first time since it had been bought. The ceremony was to take place at about 11 o'clock of a very cold morning. From the pale sky a thick white vapour fell, enveloping the village and all the surrounding country in a misty veil. The narrow streets were deserted, and here and there frozen puddles lay like pieces of broken, dirty glass. An absolute silence reigned in the open space before the Dejas' house, opposite which the almond tree stretched its bare black limbs against the misty background. All at once the common was invaded by a troop of urchins, bundled up in ragged garments and odds and ends of fur, with fringed red caps on their heads, and wearing old boots, some of them almost as large as the little persons who wore them. Groups of people stood about, principally shivering women, coughing and sneezing and smelling of soot and smoke. Then the baptismal procession appeared. First came two children looking solemn and important, and carrying candles from which red ribbons fluttered. These were followed by the woman with the infant wrapped in shawls, and covered with a piece of greenish brocade like the standard of San Constantino. Then the godfather appeared, his round little face, rosy and smiling as ever, emerging from the folds of his big coat and black and white shawl. With him walked the godmother, one of Aunt Martina's daughters, a lank young woman with a long, narrow face, who reminded one of a shadow seen at sunset. She had to lean down in order to reach her companion's ear. With the godparents came Brontu, freshly shaven and gay, and behind them followed a group of friends and relatives, marching along in step with a noise like the tramp of horses' hoofs. Last of all came the godmother's servant-maid, a shivering creature blue with cold. She carried a small basin under one arm, and kept both hands buried in the pockets of her gown. From time to time she thrust out her tongue to catch the drops that kept running down from her nose. The boys trotted alongside, forming two wings to the procession, their eyes eagerly fixed upon the godfather, who returned their gaze with an amused stare and hailed them jocosely. "Why, hello, you here! What are you looking for, little hedgehogs?" "He's lame," said one. "Hush! Keep quiet, or he won't give us anything." The procession passed on. The faces of the urchins fell. Some of them were angry, and others seemed on the verge of tears. "Cripple!" one began to call, but stopped suddenly. The godfather had pitched a handful of copper coins into the air, and the whole troop flung themselves after them, yelling, tumbling over one another, pushing, fighting, struggling, rolling over and over, almost upsetting the maidservant, who instantly began to deal out blows and curses in greater proportion even than the coins themselves. Fresh handfuls of money and renewed scuffling by an ever-increasing crowd of ragamuffins continued to the very doors of the church, where priest Elias stood awaiting the party, and listening to something the red-robed sacristan was urging upon him. The sacristan was in fact afraid that priest Elias, with his usual kindly indulgence, might be persuaded to return to the house with the baptismal party, whereas it was the custom of the neighbourhood for the priest to do that only in cases where the parents had been united by religious ceremony. He was therefore exhorting the other to practice severity with Brontu, with the godparents, with the whole company, in fact. "Your honour," said he, "will surely not return to the house with this infant. Why, it is almost illegitimate. On no account should such respect be paid to it." "Go and see if they are coming," said the priest. "They are not in sight yet." "No, your honour will not go." "And how about you? Shall you not go?" inquired the priest with a slight smile. "Oh, with me it is an altogether different matter. I go on account of the sweetmeats, not to do honour to that rabble." At this moment the company came in sight, and the ceremony presently began. No sooner had the baby's bald little red head been uncovered than it began to emit sounds like the bleating of a hoarse kid. The godfather stood by, smiling, with a lighted taper in his hand, doing his best to remember the creed, Giovanna having implored him to recite it conscientiously, so that the baptism might be valid. Almost the entire crowd of urchins had followed the party inside the church, and there was a pattering like rats running about as the sacristan would chase them all out, only presently to come stealing back. The woman who had carried the baby, and the maidservant with the basin, seated themselves on the steps of a side altar, where they anxiously awaited the godfather's present. At last the service was over, the tips had been given, the baby wrapped up again, and Brontu and his friends stood waiting awkwardly for the priest, who had gone into the sacristy to remove his robes. Would he come back or not? Was he going to the house with the newly baptized infant or no? There was an uncomfortable pause, and then, as he did not appear, the procession set out somewhat mournfully on the return journey, followed by the triumphant sacristan, to whom Brontu would dearly have liked to administer blows in place of the expected sweets. All along the route the people came out to see them go by, and many faces, especially those of the women, lighted up with ill-natured smiles as they perceived that the priest was not there. Oh, it was like the baptism of a bastard. Giovanna, albeit not really expecting the priest, grew a shade paler when the company invaded her chamber without him. She kissed the little purple creature sadly, feeling as though the outlook for the poor child was very dark indeed. "I remembered every word of the creed from beginning to end," announced the godfather. "Happy mother, your child will be a wonder, as tall as its godmother and as gay as its godfather." "If only it may be as prosperous as its godfather," murmured Giovanna. "And now," cried the young man, joyously clapping his hands, "come to dinner. What a pleasant custom it is! Upon my honour, it is a charming custom." And he clapped his hands again, as though calling a crowd of children. They all took their places at table, where the macaroni, which had already been served, was to be followed by a beautiful roast pig, exhaling an odour of rosemary. It was only a few days after the baptism that a strange, though not unprecedented, event occurred in Oley. Near Isidoro Pane's hut was an ancient dung-heap, abandoned for so long that it had become almost petrified. It was covered with a growth of sickly-looking vegetation, and emitted no odour, looking like some sort of artificial mound. One evening at about dusk, while the fisherman was preparing his supper, he heard sounds in the direction of this mound, and went to the door to see what they were. The weather was cold, and in the clear greenish twilight he saw a group of black figures, chiefly women, advancing, singing to the accompaniment of some instrument. Isidoro understood what it was, and went to meet them. The women, about 20 in all, old and young, were chanting in a melancholy monotone, with sudden breaks and changes, a weird song or exorcism against the bite of a tarantula, while a blind beggar, a pallid young man, miserably clad in soiled and ragged women's clothing, accompanied them on a primitive instrument called a serraya, a sort of cittern made out of a dried sow's bladder. There were only 3 other men in the party, and in one of these, with a flushed, feverish face and one hand bound up, the fisherman recognized Brontu Dejas. Isidoro advanced, and joining the party, laid one finger on the bandaged hand. Jacobi, meanwhile, gazing at him wildly, his eyes transfixed with terror. "Are you afraid you are going to die from a tarantula bite?" "No, no," said Isidoro, smiling. The women continued their chant. There were 7 widows, 7 wives, and 7 maids. One of the widows was Jacobi's sister. She walked at his side, fresh and pink as ever, notwithstanding her wild state of alarm and anxiety, and her shrill little voice, like the note of a lively cricket, trilled and trembled high above all the others. "He is suffering," said one of the men to Isidoro in a low tone. "Ah," said the fisherman gravely. The words chanted by the women ran as follows: "Saint Peter he walked down to the sea, and into the water his keys dropped he. Then the Lord unto him did say, My Peter, what is it ails thee today? Of deadly bites I bear the smart, in my 2 feet, and my back, and my heart. Peter, take of the sad thorn tree, pounded as fine may be. Take it 3 days for thy wound, so shall Peter be made sound. Tarantula with the painted belly, you have a daughter straightly born. Straightly is your daughter born. One for the mountain I leave forlorn, one for the mountain and one for the valley. You have killed me, and I will kill you." Meanwhile, the group had stopped in front of the mound. The 2 men, who were provided with spades, began to dig, and Isidoro stood waiting with Jacobi, the chanting women, and the blind man still playing on his strange instrument. Jacobi silently watched the operations of his 2 friends, and Isidoro watched him, puzzled by the transformation he had undergone. He seemed indeed like an altogether different person. His face was inflamed and drawn with fright, and the little eyes, which usually twinkled so shrewdly from beneath their bald brows, were dim with a childish terror of death. When they had come to the end of the chant, the women began again at the first line, the instrument continuing the accompaniment on the same monotonous key as before. It sounded like the humming of a swarm of bees in flight. Puffs of icy wind blew from the west, cutting the faces of the group gathered about the mound like knives. The purple blue of the sky was fading into a greenish tint, like the face of a lake when the sun has left it. And over the entire scene there hung a pall of indescribable melancholy, the dull, cold twilight, the darkening uplands, the black village, the shadowy group of people performing a superstitious rite with all the faith of heathen idolaters. The 2 men dug with friendly zeal, throwing up spadefuls of black earth mixed with rags, eggshells, and refuse of all kinds. As it covered their feet and legs, they would mount higher, bending to their task, panting and sweating, while the women continued their chant, and the blind man his monotonous accompaniment. A hole of sufficient depth having at last been dug, and Anna Rosa, never ceasing for an instant to emit the same shrill, mournful sounds, helped Jacobi to remove his coat, and then, taking him by the hand, they led him to the edge of the excavation. He jumped in at a bound, and the 2 men, pushing him down with their hands, hastily piled on the earth until he was buried up to the neck. The performance that then took place was even more extraordinary. The head, looking as though it had been severed from the body and stuck in the centre of this heap of refuse, was surrounded by sparse vegetation, which trembled in the breeze as though affrighted, while overhead hung the melancholy sky. Hardly had the 2 men completed their task, and stood, the one wiping the perspiration from his forehead with his sleeve, and the other knocking off the dirt that was sticking to his hands, when the women closed in a circle around the head, and began to dance to the sound of their own chanting voices, and the instrument still played by the blind man, who stood with his sightless balls and pale, impassive face turned towards the distant horizon. This continued for some time, Then the dancing ceased, the circle broke, but the chanting still went on. Isidoro and the other men threw themselves on the mound, and with spades and hands had soon disinterred Jacobi. He was perspiring profusely when he emerged, covered with dirt, and his face and neck were purple. He said he had felt as though he would suffocate. Then he shook himself and thrust first one arm and then the other into the sleeves of the coat which his sister held ready. "Well, so you're not going to die after all, little spring bird," said Isidoro jokingly. The other, however, made no reply. The cold wind struck his perspiring body with an icy chill. His face grew pallid and his teeth chattered. They walked off in the direction of Aunt Anna Rosa's house, Isidoro, who by this time had lost all interest in his supper, accompanying them. "Did you kill it?" he inquired of the sick man, remembering to have heard that if one kills a tarantula with his ring finger, he acquires the power to cure the bite with a simple touch of the same finger. "No," said Jacobi, and then, while the weird chanting still continued, he gave an account of his misfortune. "I was asleep. Suddenly I felt something like the sting of a wasp. I woke up all in a perspiration. Ah, it had stung me! It had stung me, the horrible tarantula! I saw it as plain as I see you, but it was some distance off on the wall. Ah, the devil take you, accursed creature! So I came right home. Do you know, I'm afraid to die. I've been afraid for ever so long." "But we all have to die sometime, whenever the hour comes," said Isidoro seriously. "Yes, that is true, we all have to sometime," agreed one of the men, "but that is poor consolation for Brontu Dejas." "My legs feel as though they'd been broken," he groaned, "and oh, my spine! It is just as though someone had struck it with an axe. I'm going to die, I know I'm going to die." As they passed along, the people came out of their houses to watch them go by, but it was like a funeral procession. No one spoke, nor did anyone follow them. Jacobi's eyes grew dim, and presently he stumbled and clutched hold of Isidoro for support. The women were moving along on a trot like a herd of colts. Their voices rose, fell, rose again, and seemed to die away into the chill night air, overpowered at last by the even, strident notes of the cittern, like the gasps of some wounded animal left to die alone in the forest. At last they reached the little widow's house. A fire was burning in the slate-stone fireplace in the centre of the kitchen, laid on a little heap of live coals which had just been taken out of the oven. This last, a huge round affair having a hole in the top to allow the smoke to escape, occupied one corner, its square door being quite large enough to allow of the passage of a man's body. Into its still hot interior Jacobi accordingly now crept, the soles of his heavy shoes appearing in the opening, their worn nails shining in the firelight. Placing themselves around the oven and the fireplace, the women continued their exorcism with renewed vigour, the red and purple lights from the fire falling upon their white blouses and yellow bodices. And Anna Rosa's round, open mouth looked like a black hole in the middle of her pink, shining face. The blind man, conscious of the fire, felt his way towards it little by little, though without ceasing to play. Reaching the edge of the fireplace, he put one of his bare feet upon the hot stone. "Zzz," whispered Uncle Isidoro warningly. "Look out, boy, or you'll have a surprise." The words were not out of his mouth when the youth gave a sudden bound backwards, shaking his burnt foot in the air. For a moment he stopped playing, but the women never faltered. Standing there, erect and immovable around the huge oven, they might have been intoning a funeral dirge over some prehistoric sepulchre. "He is coming out!" cried Aunt Anna Rosa suddenly, and Jacobi's great feet could be seen issuing from the oven. At the same instant, the house door was thrown violently open, and the black-robed figure of priest Elias appeared. On hearing what had occurred, he had at once hastened to the house, hoping to arrive in time at least to prevent the ordeal of the oven. He was flushed and breathless, and his eyes flashed. On catching sight of him, one of the women gave a scream, and others stopped chanting, while the rest motioned to them to continue. Jacobi, meanwhile, had got out of the oven.
"Be quiet!"
commanded the priest, panting.
"Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? No?"
They all became silent.
"Go!"
he said, opening the door and holding it with one hand, while with the other he almost pushed the women out. When the last had gone, he became aware for the first time of the presence of Isidoro, and his face fell.
"You too?"
he said reproachfully. "Extraordinary, most extraordinary! Don't you see what you have done among you to that poor man?" Then, changing his tone, "Quick!" he said, "go at once for the doctor, as fast as you can. And as for you," turning to Jacobi, "get to bed at once." The sick man asked for nothing better. He was burning with fever, his head was shaking, and he could hardly see. Isidoro went off in search of the doctor, somewhat mortified, and yet, in spite of his usually hard common sense, his intelligence, and his deeply religious nature, quite unable to see what harm there could be in trying to cure a tarantula sting with the rites, chants, and incantations employed by one's forebears from the days when giants inhabited the nurages. The women had scattered into groups along the street, and were discussing the occurrence, some of them a little ashamed, while others were inclined to blame the priest. One irrepressible young girl was beating her hands in time, and singing the lament which should have been chanted in chorus around Jacobi's bed, had not the priest's arrival prevented. "O mother of the spider, a stroke has fallen on me." Some of the women would have stopped Isidoro, but he strode quickly on, buried in thought. At last they all dispersed, and the cold, still evening settled down on the little widow's house, while overhead the stars looked like golden eyes veiled in tears. The room where Jacobi lay was extremely lofty, and so large that the oil light did not penetrate the corners. The furniture appeared to have been built expressly with a view to its ample proportions. A huge red wooden wardrobe, which stood against the end wall, reaching clear to the ceiling. The bed, the lower part of which was draped with yellow curtains, was as high and massive as a mountain. Seen thus, in the dim, flickering light, with its black corners and great lofty white ceiling like a cloudy sky, the room had a mysterious, uncanny look. Little Aunt Anna Rosa seemed almost in danger of losing her way as she moved about among the bulky furniture, and her shoulders hardly reached above the counterpane when she came and stood beside the bed where her brother lay in the uneasy grip of the fever. He seemed to himself still to be in the mound. Only the two friends who had interred him kept on piling the earth higher and higher about his head. He was suffocating, the torture was almost unendurable, and yet he dared not stop them, fearing the cure might not be efficacious, unless his head were buried as well, and his head seemed to be Priest Elias, on whose breast the tail of a tarantula could be seen wriggling about. In his dream, Jacobi was conscious of an almost insane fear of death. It had occurred to him when he was in the oven that hell, perhaps, was a huge heated oven where the damned would sprawl throughout eternity. Now, in his dream, precisely the same feeling was reproduced. He was in the mound, the earth reached higher and higher about him, he shut his mouth tight to keep from swallowing it, and there opposite him he suddenly saw a lighted furnace. It was the infernal regions. Such a feeling of terror seized upon him that even in his dream, in his feverish semi-consciousness, he was aware of an overmastering desire to prove to himself that this horror was an illusion of the senses. In the effort he awoke, but even awake he had something of the same sensation that stones, were they endowed with feeling, would have in a burning building, growing all the while hotter and hotter, and yet unable to stir an inch. Jacobi felt like a burning brick himself, or a piece of live coal, a part of the infernal fires, and waking, his terror was even more acute than in his dream. He emitted a groan, and the noise gave him comfort. It had an earthly, human sound, breaking in on all those diabolical sensations. Isidoro, who had stayed in case the little widow might have need of him, heard the groan from where he sat dozing in the adjoining kitchen, and bounded to his feet in terror. He thought that Jacobi had died. Approaching the bed, he found the sick man lying flat on his back, his face drawn, his eyes, which looked almost black, wet with tears. "Are you awake?" asked the fisherman in a low voice. "Do you want anything?" He felt his pulse, and even laid his ear against it, as though trying to hear the throbs. At the same instant, Jacobi observed the round little visage of his sister appear above the other edge of the bed, enveloped in the folds of a large white kerchief. Then a curious thing happened. The face of the sick man contracted, his mouth opened, his eyes closed, and a deep sob broke the stillness of the room. Instantly memory carried the woman back to a far distant day when her brother, a tiny lad, had sat weeping on this very bed, and opening her arms just as she had done then, she took him to her kind bosom, murmuring words of loving remonstrance. "In the name of the holy souls in purgatory, what is it? What is the matter, little brother?" Isidoro, quite at a loss, continued to feel his friend's pulse, trying now one vein and now another, and muttering to himself, "How strange! How very strange!" "Well, what is it? Won't you tell me what it is? You, Isidoro Pane, what happened?" "Why, nothing happened. He called out, and that was all. Maybe he had a bad dream." "We'll give him a drink of water. There now, here's a little fresh water. That's it, he wants it. See how he is drinking. You were thirsty, weren't you? It's the fever, you see. That's what ails him." Jacobi sat up in bed, and after drinking the water calmed down. He had on an old white knitted cotton shirt, through which could be seen the outline of his small wiry body, the thick growth of black hair on his chest contrasting oddly with the perfectly smooth face and bald head above it. He remained in a sitting posture, leaning forward and thoughtfully passing his well hand up and down the injured arm. Yes," he remarked suddenly, in the panting, querulous tone of a person with fever. "Yes, I had a bad dream. Phew, but it was hot. Holy San Constantino, how hot it was! I was dreaming of hell." Dear me, what an idea!" said his sister reprovingly, and Uncle Isidoro said playfully,
And so it was hot, little spring bird?
The sick man seemed to be annoyed. "Don't joke, and don't say little spring bird. I don't like it. I shall never say it again, and I shall never laugh at anyone again." "Listen to me," he said, bending forward and continuing to rub his arm. "Hell is a dreadful place. I've got to die, and I've got to tell you something first. Now listen, but don't get frightened, Ana Rosa, because I am certainly going to die, and Uncle Isidoro, you know it already, so I can tell you. Well, this is it. It was I who killed Basile Ledda." Aunt Ana Rosa's eyes and mouth flew wide open. She leaned against the side of the bed and began to shake convulsively.
"I knew it already!" exclaimed Isidoro. "Why, I knew nothing at all."
Jacobi raised a terrified face and began to tremble as well. "Don't have me arrested," he implored. "I'm going to die anyhow. You can tell them then. I thought you knew. What is the matter, Anaro? Don't be frightened. Don't have me arrested."
"It's not that,"
she said, raising herself. Her first sensation of having received a blow on the head was passing away, but now, in its place, there came a singular feeling of some change that was taking place within her. Her own spirit seemed to have fled in dismay, and in its place had come something that regarded the world, life, heaven, earth, God himself, from a totally different standpoint, and everything viewed in the light of this new spirit was full of horror, misery, chaos. "I will not tell anyone. No, no. But how could you ever suppose that I knew about it?" protested Isidoro. He felt no especial horror of Jacobi, only profound pity, but at the same time he thought it would be better now for him to die. Then, simultaneously, their thoughts all flew to Constantino, and hardly left him again. "Lie down," said Isidoro, smoothing out the pillow. But the other only shook his head, and began to talk again in the same querulous, laboured voice, now beseeching, now almost angry. "I thought you must know about it, and so you never did, after all. Well, that's so. How could you? But I was afraid of you all the same. I had an idea that I could read it in your eyes. Do you remember that night at your house when you said it might be you who killed him? I was frightened that night. Then there was that other time, Assumption Day, here in this very house you called me murderer. I knew it was a joke, but it frightened me because I was afraid of you anyhow. So then, when I said that about you and my sister getting married, I meant it. I thought it might give me a sort of hold on you." "Oh, Christ! Oh, holy little Jesus!" sobbed the widow. Jacobi looked at her for a moment. "You are scared, eh? You wonder what made me do it? Well, I tell you, I hated that man. He had flogged me, and he owed me money. But I thought it would kill me when they condemned Constantino Ledda. Why didn't I confess then?
Is that what you want to say? It sounds all very easy now, but you can't do it. Constantino is a strong young man, I thought to myself. I shall die long before he does, and then I'll confess the whole thing. And I can tell you that thing that Giovanna did made me 100 years older. What is Constantino going to say when he comes back? What is he going to say? He repeated softly to himself.
"What ought we to do?" said Aunt Anna Rosa, burying her face in the bedclothes and groaning. She felt as though it must all be some frightful dream, yet not for a single instant did she contemplate concealing her brother's crime. And afterwards, one of two equally horrible things must happen. Either Jacobi would die, or he would be sent to prison. She could not tell which of the two she dreaded most. "Now we must lie down and rest. Tomorrow will be time enough to talk of what is the best thing to do," said Isidoro, again smoothing out the pillow. Jacobi turned over and laid himself down. Then, raising his left hand, he began to count off on his fingers.
Priest Elias, 1. The magistrate, 2. Then, what's his name? Brontu Dejas. Yes, I want him particularly. They must all come here, and I will make a confession.
"Brontu Dejas?" repeated Isidoro with stupefaction.
Yes, they will take his word sooner than anyone's. But first you've all got to swear on a crucifix that you'll let me die in peace. I'm frightened. You'll let me die in peace, won't you?"
"Why, of course. Don't worry now. And you, little godmother, go back to bed. Get as much rest and sleep as you can," said the fisherman, quietly drawing the clothes up about Jacobi, who kept throwing them off, turning restlessly and shaking his head.
"I'm hot," said he. "I tell you I'm hot. Let me alone. Why aren't you more surprised, Uncle Sidoro? I went on hiring out to keep people from suspecting anything, but you knew all along. Oh, yes, you knew well enough."
"I tell you, I knew nothing at all, child of grace."
"Then why aren't you surprised?"
"Because," replied the old man in a grave voice, "such strange things are always happening. It is the way of the world. Now keep the covers over you and try to go to sleep." The widow, who appeared not to have been listening to what the two men were saying, now raised her face. Poor little fresh face! It had suddenly grown yellow and wrinkled. All the years that had passed over it without being able to leave any trace had, in the last 5 minutes, taken their revenge. "Jacobi," said the little woman, "what need is there of calling in witnesses? Why should we have anyone else? Won't I do?" She straightened herself and looked at Isidoro, who in turn looked at the sick man. "Why, that's true!" they exclaimed together. A sudden atmosphere of relief fell on the dimly lighted room. The patient, with a sigh, stretched himself quietly out, remained still for a few moments, and finally fell asleep. The little widow, likewise, following Isidoro's advice, went back to bed. The ponderous front of the great red wardrobe seemed to be brooding over the scene, and the shadowy ceiling to overhang it like the sky above a deserted hamlet. All those inanimate objects seemed to repeat gravely to one another the old fisherman's words: "It is the way of the world." The Orlais physician, Dr. Puddu, was a coarse, fat beast of a man. Once upon a time he too had had his high ideals, but fate having cast him into this out-of-the-way corner of the world, where the people were rarely, if ever, ill, he had taken to drink, at first because, being from the south, he felt the cold, and afterwards because he found that wine and liquor were very much to his taste. In these days, in addition to his intemperate habits, he had become a free thinker, so that even the villagers had lost all respect for him. Jacobi had complained of a pain in his side, and Dr. Puddu, after cauterizing the tarantula bite, had said roughly, "You fool! People don't die of these things. If you do die, it will only be because you're an ass." And Aunt Anna Rosa had looked at him angrily and muttered something under her breath. Poor little Aunt Anna Rosa! It did not take much to anger her in these days. She quarrelled indeed with everyone except the patient. And how old she looked! After that night her face had remained yellow and drawn. She looked like a different person, and her brother's revelation had worked a singular change in her, both physically and morally. She was constantly tormented by the question as to how Jacobi ever could have brought himself to kill anyone. He who was always as merry and gentle as a lamb? How, in the name of the holy souls in purgatory, had he ever done it? And our father, he was no thief, not he. He was a God-fearing man, and always so kind and gay that when any of the neighbours were in trouble, they invariably came to him to be cheered up. The little woman's heart swelled as she thought of her old father, long since dead, but suddenly a mist seemed to rise in her brain, and her face contracted with the horror of a terrible thought. Perhaps he too, the kindly, good old man, had committed some crime. Why not? No one could be trusted any more, living or dead, old or young. And then she fell to crying, beating her breast with her tiny fists, and bitterly repenting of her wicked doubts. When, approaching the bedside, she would find the patient's face drawn with suffering, his wide, terror-stricken eyes, meanwhile, seeming to implore death to spare him, an infinite tide of pity would well up within her, a rush of maternal tenderness, a sorrow beyond words. More than ever was he her little brother, her boy, curled up on the great bed, so frightened, so shrunken with suffering. And while everything else, everyone else, even the sacred dead, even innocent children, aroused hateful suspicions, he alone, he of them all, called for pity, tenderness, a passionate and consuming love that was like melting wax within her. Yet she must see him, and she was seeing him, die. More than that, she must wish for his death. All the while that she was nursing him with tenderest care, she must hope that her watchfulness, the medicines, everything would fail. Moreover, death, that awful thing which she must ardently desire for the little brother whom she loved, when it came, would bring not only the deep, natural sorrow of her loss, but that other horror, the announcement of his guilt. Of all the burdens that pressed upon her, however, the hardest to bear was the fact that the sick man was perfectly conscious of her attitude towards him. On the third day of his illness, Isidoro had brought, with great secrecy and mystery, a medicine obtained from the sacristan. It was a concoction made of olive oil, into which had been plunged 3 scorpions, a centipede, a tarantula, a spider, and a poisonous fungus. it was considered a cure for any kind of sting, and Anna Rosa applied it at once to the patient's puffed and swollen hand, he allowing her to do it and watching the operation intently. Then he said,
"Why do you take all this trouble for me, Anna Ro? Don't you want me to die?"
Her heart sank, while he continued quietly, addressing Isidoro.
"And you brought me this, but just suppose it were to cure me, what would you do then?"
"God will look after that. Leave it to him," said the fisherman. Jacobi lay quiet for a few moments. Then he said,
"Shall you two go together to the magistrates?"
"Where?"
"To the magistrates. It's cold though now, and it's a long way to go. You must not go on horseback, Anna Rosa. Do you hear? You will have to have a carriage to drive to Nuoro." "What for?" she faltered distressedly, pretending not to understand. "Why, to see the magistrate, of course."
She scolded him, and then went into the kitchen and wept bitterly. "Here is your oil," she said presently, as Isidoro came out and prepared to leave. "You could not do anything but bring it, of course. When is Priest Elias coming?" "This evening." "Yes, he ought to. Jacobi must confess. Time is flying, and he is very ill. Last night he didn't close an eye. Ah," she added suddenly, "he seems to me just like some wounded bird." "Have the Dejases been here?" "Oh yes, they've been here, both of them, mother and son. Brontu has been here twice." "Oh, they all come," she said desperately. "But what good does it do? They can't cure him. They can't give him either life or death." "Either one would be equally a blessing or a curse to him," said Isidoro, carefully wrapping his red handkerchief around the vial of oil. "As they are for most of us," said the woman. Soon after, the doctor arrived in a shrunken overcoat with the collar turned up. He had been drinking already, and smelled strong of spirits. His lips were white, and he puffed and spat about, sometimes over himself. He seemed somewhat startled, however, when he saw his patient's condition. "What the devil's the matter with you?" he demanded roughly. "Your side? Your side? You've got the devil in your side? Let's have a look." He threw back the covers, exposing Jacobi's hairy chest. Passing his hand up and down his side, he listened with his ear close to the patient's back. "It's all nonsense," he said. "You've worked yourself up like some old woman." Then he replaced the covers carelessly and went out. At the door, however, he turned and fixed Aunt Anna Rosa with his eye. "Woman," he said, "let him see the priest at once. He has pneumonia." At dusk, Jacobi confessed. Then he called his sister. "Anna Ro," he said, "Priest Elias is going to Nuoro with you too. You must be sure to have a carriage on account of the cold." It was in fact snowing then, and the big room was filled with the white reflected light. Priest Elias looked attentively at Aunt Anna Rosa, for whom he had an especially tender feeling on account of a fancied resemblance to his mother. The poor little black-robed figure seemed to him to have shrunken in the past few days, and now she was hanging her head in a pitiful, shamefaced way, bowed with mortification at her little brother's disgrace. Instinctively, the priest understood the heroic part that quivering soul had been called upon to play in this tragedy, and he breathed an inward benediction upon her. It was the month of May, and the wild valley of the Isale, usually so forbidding and rugged, lay smiling in the sun, adorned with tall grass and clumps of flowering shrubs, and fields of barley which rippled in the breeze like cloths of greenish gold. It was as though some old pagan, drunk with sunlight and sweet scents, had decked himself out in branches and garlands. The clear, liquid note of a wild bird would occasionally pierce the silence of the valley, then die away, drowned in the fragrance of the narcissuses and flowering broom, which gleamed like nuggets of molten gold on the very edges of the loftiest cliffs, as though peeping over to see what lay in the ravine below. A spendthrift fay had passed along, scattering flowers, colours, scents with a reckless hand. Some meadows in the distance, pranked with ranunculuses, looked like stretches of green water reflecting a starry sky. Here and there a group of trees nodded and whispered together in the breeze. The sun had but just sunk, and the west was still glowing like the cheek of a ripe peach, while in the east the mountains lay like a huge parure of precious stones set in a case of lilac satin. Constantino Ledda, liberated only a few hours before at Nuoro, was returning to his native village on foot, descending leisurely into the valley, his small canvas pack slung on his back. Now and then he would stop and look around him curiously. "Ah, the valley seems smaller, perhaps because I have seen the sea," he murmured. He looked older. His face was clean-shaven and intensely white, but otherwise he had none of the tragic air which would have been appropriate under the circumstances. He was coming back in this manner, alone and on foot, because he had not been able to say precisely what day he would be freed. Otherwise someone, relative or friend, would certainly have gone to meet him. Besides, his impatience to reach home would brook no delay. Down and down the mountainside he went. He was almost gay, possibly because of some wine he had drunk at Nuoro, where he had also provided himself with more for the journey. As he continued to descend, his legs would occasionally double up under him, but he cared little for so trifling an inconvenience as that. "Why," he said to himself, "when I am tired, I have only to lie down and go to sleep. I have plenty of bread and wine in my bag. What more could anyone want? I'm as free as the birds of the air. Yes, that's true. I am free. I'm a bachelor now. That's a funny thing. Once I was a married man with a wife, and now I'm a bachelor." He thought that he found this idea amusing. Down and down, now watching the sandy path winding between high grass on either side, now gazing at the birds to whom he had compared himself as they flew hither and thither, at times almost skimming the ground, then darting into the bushes where they would find a roosting place for the night. He thought of the prison magpie, and felt a sudden tightening at his heart. Yes, it was true he had been sorry when the time came to leave that place of torment, the companions whom he disliked so heartily, the horrible enclosing walls, the strip of sky that for all those years had seemed to overhang the prison courtyard like a metal lid. After the death of the real culprit, days and months had elapsed before justice had completed its leisurely formalities, and the innocent man could be liberated. During these months, Constantino, informed of the event, had been wild with impatience, and the days had seemed like years. Yet, when the moment of departure actually came, he nearly wept. This emotion, however, which was apparently the outcome of pity and sympathy for the beings whom he was leaving behind, was in reality for the things he was leaving behind, for all those inanimate objects that had engulfed and swallowed up his life, both his past and his future. Now this sorrow was done with, everything was done with. Even that horrible torture that followed Giovanna's act was all so much a thing of the past that he really fancied that he could laugh at it. Down and down. He reached the bottom of the valley and began to skirt the edge of the Esale. The sunset sky was still bright, and here and there the water shone between the oleanders and rushes, or reflected the rose and yellow lights in the sky. The delicate lace umbrellas of the elderflower and the brilliant coral blossoms of the oleanders stood out in the clear atmosphere as though from a setting of silver. Constantino, by this time very tired, began to think that perhaps the valley was not, after all, so small as it had seemed at first. "I can sleep out of doors perfectly well," he thought, "but it would have been so amusing to walk up to Isidoro's door. Bang, bang! Who's there? I! Who's I? Why, Constantino Ledda!" How astonished old Isidoro would look! Perhaps he would be singing the Lords, maybe those Lords, who knows? Why, let's see. I wrote a set of Lords once. How extraordinary that seems! He wondered over many incidents of the past, as a boy will sometimes be astonished to think of things he did as a child. But the present held many surprises as well. The glory of the springtide amazed him, as did the length of time it took to cross a valley that appeared to be so small. But most of all, he wondered to think that he was crossing it on his way back to his own village. He was walking now between two fields of grain, above which the slanting light threw a veil of golden haze, and its surface, rippled by the breeze, seemed stroked by an invisible hand. He went on picturing his arrival, Isidoro having written to ask him to come straight to his house. "Come in," he will say, and then, "Jacobi Dejas is dead. It was he who did it." "I know that already. The devil! Is that all you have to tell me? Well then, your wife has married someone else. I know that too. Then why don't you cry? Why on earth should I? I've cried enough. I don't want to any more now. I've crossed the sea. I've seen the world. I'm not a boy any longer. Nothing makes much difference to me any more." But at the very moment when he was boasting to himself of his indifference and worldly cynicism, an icy grip closed about his heart. Oh, to be going back to find the little house, Giovanna, his child, his past. "There is nothing left," he said aloud. "The storm has swept over it and carried everything away. Everything, everything." He threw himself down on the edge of the field of grain in an agony of grief. It was often this way. The great tempest of sorrow had broken over him long before, and seemingly passed on. But instead of that, it had only hidden itself for a time. It was there now, stealing along, keeping pace with him. For long distances he would not see its evil shape. Then suddenly it would leap forth, bursting through the ground at his very feet, and whirling around its victim, clutch him by the throat, beat him to the ground, suffocate him, then leave him spent, exhausted. After a while, Constantino sat up, unfastened his wallet, and drew out a dried gourd filled with wine. Throwing his head back, he took a deep draught. Then he put it away and sat looking around him at the sea of grain on whose golden green surface floated splotches of crimson poppies. Somewhat revived, he presently resumed his journey, but all the eagerness and spring with which he had set out had died away. What did it matter whether he got home this day or the next, since there was no one to expect him? And so he plodded on till the first shadows of approaching night overtook him, just as he reached the end of the valley. The crickets had turned out like a tribe of mowers with their tiny silver sickles. The scent of the shrubs and flowers hung heavy in the warm air. The breeze had died away, and the birds were silent, but the black triangles of the bats circled swiftly in the luminous grey dusk. Oh, that divine melancholy of a spring evening, felt even by happy souls! May it not be an inherited homesickness transmitted through all the ages? A longing for the flowers and perfumes and joys of that eternal, albeit earthly, paradise which our first parents lost for us forever. Constantino tramped on and on. He had passed long years under a brutal oppression, between infected walls, amid corrupt companions, in an environment whose very air was confined, and now he was walking in the open, treading grass and stones underfoot. As he ascended the mountain from the valley below, every step brought more of the horizon into view, and a wider expanse of soft, overhanging sky, as boundless as liberty itself. And yet, never in all those years of imprisonment had he experienced a sense of such utter hopelessness as that with which he now saw the shadows fall from those free skies. He was pressing on, but whither and why? He had set forth eager, elated, as one hastening to a place where pleasant things await him. Now he wondered at himself. In the uncertain twilight he seemed to have lost his way. His journey had turned out to be vain, abortive. He was trudging on aimlessly. He had no country, nor home, nor family. He would never reach any destination. He had gone astray, and was wandering about in a boundless desert tract, as grey and cheerless as the sky above him, where the stars were like campfires lighted by solitary travellers who, unknown to one another, wandered lost like himself in the unwished-for and oppressive liberty of the trackless wilderness. And yet it was not the actual thought of Giovanna herself that weighed him down, nor yet his lost happiness, nor the misery that a wholly undeserved fate had forced upon him. All these things had long ago so eaten into his soul that they had come to form a part of his very nature, and he had almost grown to forget them, as one forgets the shirt he has on his back. Now his grief fastened upon memories of certain specific objects which had passed out of the setting of his life, and which he could never recover. His mind dwelt, for instance, persistently on the little common in front of Giovanna's cottage, the stones in the old wall where they used to sit together on summer evenings, and above all on the great wide bed where he would lay himself down beside her after the hard day's work was over. He felt now as though he might be going home at the close of one of those long, toilsome days. But now, where was he to turn for rest and ease? Thus up through the load of unhappiness that bore him down, all pervading and indefinable as the fragrance of the wild growth about him, A sense of physical discomfort forced itself. He was conscious of hunger and weariness. Reaching the top of a knoll, he sat down and opened his wallet. Night had fallen, but the atmosphere was clear and bright. The mountains which hid the sea on the east were bathed in moonlight, and the Milky Way spanned the heavens like a white, deserted causeway. In the west, a pale, uncertain reflection hung over the distant sea. A magical aurora encircled the mountains. The path stood out distinctly, and the round, compact clumps of bushes might have been a scattered flock of black sheep. No sound broke the stillness but the mournful hoot of an owl. Constantino ate and drank. Then, stretching himself out on the ground, he allowed his gaze to wander for a moment along that vast white roadway that traversed the heavens. Then he shut his eyes, and the sense of bodily comfort, the repose for his tired limbs, and the effect of the food and drink were such that he became almost cheerful again. Hardly, however, had his lids closed when all his prison companions began to troop before his vision, and he seemed to be seated at work at his shoemaker's bench. The thought of all the wonderful things he would have to tell his friends at Orleans then came into his mind, and filled him with such childish pride that he had an impulse to get up at once and push on so as to get there without delay. "Yes, I must get up and go on," he said, and then, "No, I won't. I shall stay here and go to sleep. I am very sleepy. No, I must get on." The words came confusedly this time. "Isidoro Pane expects me. I shall say, what a lot of people I have met. I have seen the sea. I know a man who is a marshal, Burai is his name. He's going to get me a position of shoemaker in the king's household. Now I am going to get up and start. But he did not. Confused visions flitted across his brain. The King of Spades, astride of a donkey, came riding down that great white road that stretched across the sky. All at once he heard him cry out, once, twice, 3 times. He was calling Constantino, who, opening his sleepy eyes, shut them again, and then opened them wide. "Idiot!" he muttered. "It's the owl. Yes, I'm going directly. I'm going." And he fell fast asleep. When he awoke, the great shining face of the moon was still high in the heavens. With its flood of steely light, there came a fall of dew. Enormous shadows, like vast black veils, hung over certain parts of the mountains, but every crag, every thicket and flower even, stood clearly out wherever the moonlight fell. The owl still gave his penetrating cry, sharp and metallic, cutting through the silence like a blade of steel. Constantino shivered. He was wet with dew, and getting up, he yawned loudly. The prolonged "ah, ah" fairly resounded in the intense stillness. He scrutinized the heavens to find out the hour. The star, that is to say Diana, had not yet lifted her emerald gold face above the sea. Dawn, therefore, was still a long way off, and Constantino resumed his journey, hoping to reach the village before the people should be about. He did not want to meet the gaze of the curious, and above all else he dreaded being seen by Giovanna or her mother. He had made up his mind to avoid them, if possible, not even to see them or pass by their cottage. What good would it do? Everything was over between them. So he trudged on and on, now up, now down along the moonlit mountainside. The heaps of slate stone, the asphodels heavy with dew, the very rocks themselves gave out a damp, penetrating odour, and here and there a rill of water stole in and out between fragrant beds of pennyroyal. As far away as the eye could reach, blue vapoury skies overhung blue misty mountains, until in the extreme distance they met and melted into one shimmering sea of silver. The man walked on and on, his brain yet only half awake, but his body refreshed and active. Now and then he would take a short-cut, leaping from rock to rock, then pausing, breathless, with straining heart and pulses. In the moon's rays his limpid eyes showed flecks of silver light. The further he went, the more familiar the way became. Now he was inhaling the wild fragrance of his native soil. He recognised the melancholy salti sown with barley, the grain not yet turned, the beds of lentisks, the sparse trees whispering in some passing breath of wind like old people murmuring in their sleep, and there, far off, the range of mighty sphinxes blew in the moonlight, and further still the flash of the sea, that sea that he was so proud to have crossed in no matter what fashion. On reaching the little church of San Francisco, he paused, and cap in hand said a prayer, a perfectly honest and sincere one, for at that moment his freedom gave him a sense of happiness such as he had not as yet experienced at any time since leaving the prison. Day had hardly begun to break when Isidoro heard a tapping at his door. For 20 days, for 4 months, in fact, he had been waiting for that sound, and he was on his feet before his old heart had started its mad beating against his breast. He opened the door. In the dim light he saw, or half saw, a tall figure, not dressed in the costume of the country, but wearing a fustian coat as hard and stiff as leather, out of which emerged a long, pallid face. He did not know who it was. Constantino burst into a harsh laugh, and the fisherman, with a pang, recognised his friend. Yes, at last it was Constantino come back. But in that very first moment he knew it was not the Constantino of other days. He threw his arms around him, but without kissing him, and his heart melted into tears. "Well, you didn't know me after all," said Constantino, unstrapping his wallet. "I knew you wouldn't." Even his voice and accent were strange, and now, after his first sensations, first of chill and then of pity, Isidoro felt a sort of diffidence. "What are you dressed that way for?" he asked. "If you had let me know, I would have brought you your clothes to Nuoro, and a horse too. Did you come all the way on foot?" "No, San Francisco lent me a horse. What are you about, Uncle Isidoro? I don't want any coffee. Have you got any brandy?" The fisherman, who had begun to uncover the fire, got up from his knees, embarrassed and mortified at having nothing better to offer his guest than a little coffee. I didn't know," he stammered, spreading out his hands. "But just wait a moment. I'll go right off. You see, I expected you, and I didn't expect you." And he started for the door. "Stop! Where are you going?" cried the other, seizing hold of him. "I don't want anything at all. I only said it for a joke. Sit down here." Isidoro seated himself and began to look furtively at Constantino. Little by little he grew more at ease with him, and presently, passing his hand over his trousers, he asked if he intended to go on dressing that way. In the early morning light streaming through the open door, Constantino's face looked worn and grey. "Yes," he said, with another of those disagreeable laughs, "I am going on dressing this way. I am going away soon." "Going away soon? Where to?" "Oh, I have met so many people," began Constantino, in the tone of one reciting a lesson, "and I have friends who will help me. What is there for me to do here, anyhow?" "Why, shoemaking. Didn't you write to me that that was what you wanted to do?" "I know a marshal named Burai," continued Constantino, "who always thought of the King of Spades as still holding office. He lives in Rome now, and he's written me a letter. He's going to get me a position in the king's household to be a shoemaker." Isidoro looked at him pitifully. Ah, the poor fellow! He was altogether different. What made him talk like that, and tell all those foolish little things, when there were such heart-rending topics to discuss? Thus Isidoro to his own heart. Pretty soon, however, he began to suspect that Constantino was putting all this on, and that his apparent indifference was assumed. But why? If he could not be open and natural with him, with whom could he be? "Come," said he, "let us talk of other things now. We can discuss all that later. Really, though, won't you have a little coffee? It would do you good." "What do you want to talk about?" asked Constantino drearily. "I knew you would think it strange that I don't cry, but I've cried until I haven't the wish to any more. And I am going away. One can't stay in this place after having crossed the sea. Who is that going by?" he asked suddenly, as the sound of footsteps was heard outside. "I don't want anyone to see me." And he jumped up and shut the door. When he returned, his whole expression had changed, and his features were working. "I walked by there," he said, his voice sinking lower and lower, "on my way here. I didn't want to, but somehow I found myself there before I knew it. How can I stay here? Tell me, you—" He clasped both hands to his forehead and shook his head violently. Then, throwing himself at full length on the ground, he writhed and twisted in an agony of sobs, his whole body shaking with the vehemence of his grief. He was like a young bull caught and held fast in the leash, and made to submit to the red-hot iron. The old fisherman turned deathly white, but made no attempt whatever to calm him. At last, he recognised his friend. No sooner had news of Constantino's return got abroad than visitors began to stream to Isidoro's hut. Throughout the entire day there was an incessant coming and going of friends and relatives, and even of persons who had never in their lives so much as interchanged a word with the late prisoner, but who now hastened with open arms to invite him to make his home with them. The women wept over him, called him "my son," and gazed at him compassionately. One neighbour sent him a present of bread and sausages. All these kindly demonstrations seemed, however, only to annoy their object. "Why on earth should they be sorry for me?" he said to Isidoro. "For heaven's sake, send them about their business, and let's get away into the country." Yes, we will go," all in good time, child of the Lord. Only have a little patience," said the other, bending over the fireplace, where he was cooking the sausage. "How naughty you are, I declare!" Since witnessing that paroxysm of grief in the morning, Uncle Isidoro had felt much more at ease with his guest, and even took little liberties with him, scolding him as though he had been a child. During the short intervals when they found themselves alone, he told him the facts. Constantino listened eagerly, and was annoyed when the arrival of fresh visitors interrupted the narrative. Among these visitors came the syndic, he who was a herdsman and looked like Napoleon I. His call was especially trying. "We will give you sheep and cows," he began, wiping his nose on the back of his hand. "Yes, every herdsman will give you a pecus, a cow, and if there is anything you need, just say so. Are we not all brothers and sisters in this world, and especially in a small community like this?" Constantino, thinking of the treatment he had received at the hands of his brothers and sisters of this particular small community, shook his head. "Yes," he said, "my brothers have treated me as Cain treated Abel. It would take a good deal more than sheep and cows to make it up to me." "Oh, well, that has nothing to do with it," replied the syndic, absorbed in his idea. "You have travelled. Tell me now, have you never stood on the top of some high mountain and looked down on the villages scattered about in the plain below? Well, didn't they seem to you like so many houses, each with its little family living inside?" Constantino, who was tired of the conversation, merely replied that all he wanted was to leave this village and never come back to it again. "Oh, no, you mustn't do that," urged the other. "Where would you go? No, no, you must stay here, where we are all brothers." The next to arrive was Dr. Puddu, carrying a large, dirty grey umbrella. He at once peered into the earthenware saucepan to see what was cooking. "You are all degenerates, every one of you," he announced in his harsh voice, rapping the saucepan with his umbrella, "and I tell you the reason. It's because you will eat pork." "Don't break the saucepan, please," said Uncle Isidoro, "and I beg your pardon, but that is not pork, it's beans and bacon and sausage." "Well, isn't bacon pork? You're all pigs. Well," turning to Constantino, "and so, good sheep, you've come back. I saw him die. What's his name? Jacobi Dejas. He died a miserable death, as he deserved to. You had better take a purgative tomorrow. It's absolutely necessary after a sea voyage." Constantino looked at him without speaking. "You think I'm crazy?" shouted the doctor, going close to him and shaking his umbrella. "A purgative, do you understand? A purgative." "I heard you," said Constantino. "Oh, so much the better. Well, I've heard that you say you want to go away. Go. Go by all means. Go to the devil. But first of all, go to the cemetery. Go to that dunghill you call a cemetery, and dig and scratch like a dog, and tear up Jacobi Dejas's bones, and gnaw them." He ground his teeth as though he were crunching bones. It was both grotesque and horrible, and Constantino could do nothing but stare at him in utter amazement. "What are you looking at me like that for? You've always been a fool, my dear fellow, my dear donkey. Just look at you now, calm and amiable as a pope. They've robbed you of everything you possessed, betrayed you, murdered you, knocked you about among them as though you had been a dried skeleton, and there you sit, bland and stupid as ever.
Why don't you do something? Why don't you go to that vile woman and take her and her mother and her mother-in-law by the hair of their heads and tie them to the tails of the cows they offer to give you as a charity, and set fire to their petticoats and turn them loose in the fields, so that they may spread destruction in every direction? Do you understand? I say, do you understand, idiot?" He flung the words in the other's face, his breath heavy with absinthe, his eyes bloodshot. Constantino recoiled, trembling, but the doctor turned to go. On the threshold he paused again and shook his umbrella. "You make me long to break your neck," he cried. "Men such as you deserve precisely the treatment they get. Well, take a purgative anyhow, stupid." "Yes, I'll do that," said Constantino with a laugh. But at the same time the doctor's words made a deep impression on him. There were times indeed when he felt utterly desperate. He said over and over again that he meant to go away, but as a fact he did not know where to go. Nor, on the other hand, could he see what was to become of him should he decide to remain on in the village. He said to himself, "I have no home, and there is no one belonging to me. For this one day everyone rushes to see me out of curiosity, but by tomorrow they will all have forgotten my very existence. I am like a bird that has lost its nest. What is there for me to do?" All the time, though, those words of the doctor's kept ringing in his head. Yes, truly, that would be something for him to do. Go there, fall suddenly upon them like a bolt out of heaven, and utterly destroy all those people who had destroyed his life. "No, Constantino," resumed Uncle Isidoro, as they sat at table eating the neighbour's white bread and sausage. "She is not happy. I have never looked her full in the face since, and it gives me a queer feeling to meet her, as though I were meeting the devil. And yet, do you know, I can't help feeling sorry for her. She has a little girl that they tell me is like a young bean, it is so thin and puny. How could a child born in mortal sin be pretty? It was baptized just like a bastard. The priest wouldn't go back to the house, and the people were sneering all along the street." "Ah, do you remember my child?" asked Constantino, cutting off a slice of fat yellow bacon. "He was not like a bean, not he. Ah, if he had only lived!" "It may be better so," said the fisherman, beginning to moralise. "Life is full of suffering. Better to die innocent, to go, to fly up there above the blue sky, to the paradise that lies beyond the clouds, beyond the storms, beyond all the miseries of human life. Drink something, Constantino. This wine is not very good, but there is still some left. Well, I remember last year on Assumption Day, Jacobi Dejas asked me to take dinner with him. He was afraid of me. He thought I knew, and he wanted his sister and me to get married. Oh, if you could just see that little woman, you wouldn't laugh. She went with the priest and me to Nuoro. May the Lord desert me in the hour of death if I ever saw a more courageous woman in all my life. She hardly seemed to touch the ground. Well, she's gone all shrunken and shrivelled now, don't you know, like a piece of fruit that dries up on the tree before it is ripe. I go all the time to see her, and just to amuse her I say, 'Well, little barley grain, shall we two get married?' She smiles, and I smile, but we feel more like crying. Who could ever have imagined such a thing? I mean, here was Jacobi Dejas, seemingly happy and contented. He was getting rich, and he talked of being married, and then, all of a sudden, pum, down he comes, like a rotten pear.
Such is life. Patricia Era sold her daughter, thinking to improve her condition, and now she is hungrier than ever. Giovanna Era did what she did, imagining that she was going to have a heaven upon earth, and instead of that, she's like a frog with a stick run through it. But does he beat her? Asked Constantino heavily. No, he doesn't do that, but there are worse things than beating. She's treated just like a servant, or rather like a slave. You know how they used to treat their slaves in the old times? Well, that's the way she's treated in that house. Well, let her burst. Here's to her damnation, cried Constantino, raising his glass to his lips. It gave him a cruel pleasure to hear of Giovanna's misery, such pleasure as a child will sometimes feel at seeing an unpopular playmate receive a whipping. Dinner over, the two men went out and stretched themselves at full length beneath the wild fig tree. It was a hot, breathless noontide. The air, smelling of poppies and filled with grey haze, was like that of a summer midday, and there were bees flying about, sounding their little trombones. Constantino, completely worn out by this time, fell asleep almost immediately. The fisherman, on the contrary, could not close an eye. A green grasshopper was skipping about among the blades of grass, giving its sharp tick-tick. Isidoro, stretching out one hand, tried to catch it, his thoughts dwelling all the while on Constantino. I know why he wants to go away, he ruminated. He still cares for her, poor boy, and if he stays here, he will just suffer the way San Lorenzo did on his gridiron. There he lies, poor fellow, like a sick child. Ah, what have they done to him? Torn him to pieces. Aha, have you now? But just as he was about to pull the grasshopper apart, it occurred to him that possibly it too, like Constantino, had had its trials, and he let it go. A shadow fell across the foot of the path. Uncle Isidoro, recognizing Priest Elias, sprang to his feet, went to meet him, and drew him into the hut, so as not to awaken Constantino. The latter, however, was a light sleeper, and, aroused presently by the sound of their voices, he too got up. As he approached the hut, he realized that he was being talked about. It is far better that he should go, the priest was saying in a serious tone. Far, far better. Constantino could not tell why, but at the sound of these words his heart sank within him like lead. However, he did not go. The days followed one another, and people soon ceased to trouble the returned exile. Before long he was able to go about the village as much as he chose without being stared at, even by the gossips and ragamuffins. With the savings laid up in prison, he purchased a stock of leather, soles, and thread, but he never began to work. Every day he bought a supply of meat and fruit and wine, eating and drinking freely himself, and urging Isidoro to do the same. He was in great dread lest the villagers might think that he was living on the old man's charity, and wanted to let them see that he had money and was open-handed, not only with him but with everyone else. So he would conduct parties of his acquaintances to the tavern, where he would make them all tipsy, and get so himself at times, and then the tales he would relate of his prison experiences were marvellous indeed to hear. In this way his little store of money melted rapidly away, and when Isidoro scolded him, all he would say was, "Well, I have no children nor anyone else to consider, so let me alone." He was counting, moreover, on the inheritance left by his murdered uncle, which the other heirs had agreed to resign without forcing him to have recourse to the law. "Then," said he, "I shall take myself off. I am going to give you 100 scudi, Uncle Isidoro." But poor old Isidoro did not want his scudi, nor anything else, except to see him restored to the Constantino of other days, good, industrious, and frank. Frank he certainly was not at present, and when occasionally the fisherman surprised him with tears in his eyes, his sore old heart leaped for joy. "What is it, child of grace?" he would ask. But Constantino would merely laugh. Even when the tears were actually running down his cheeks, it was heart-rending. Sometimes the two would go off together to fish for leeches. That is, Isidoro would stand patiently knee-deep in the yellow stagnant water, while Constantino, stretched on his back among the rushes, would spin yarns about his former fellow-prisoners, gazing off meanwhile towards the horizon with an unaccountable feeling of homesickness. Go away? Go away? Did he not long to go away? Did he not, up there beneath that fateful sky, in the deathly solitude of the uplands, under the eternal surveillance of those colossal sphinxes, feel as though an iron circle were pressing upon him? Every object, from the blades of grass along the roadside to the very mountain peaks, reminded him of the past. Each night he prowled around Giovanna's house like some stealthy animal, and one evening he saw her tall figure issue forth, and move down in the direction of their cottage. This was the first time that he had seen her, and he recognised her instantly, notwithstanding that it was by the fading light of a damp, overcast evening. His heart beat violently, and each throb gave him an added pang, a fresh memory, a new impulse of despair. His instinct was to throw himself upon her then and there, clasp her in a close embrace, kill her. Before long, however, he was no longer satisfied to catch only furtive glances secretly and in the dark. He became possessed with the desire to see her and to be seen of her in broad daylight. But she never left the house, and he dared not go by there in the daytime. On another evening, a Saturday, he heard Brontu's laugh ring out from the portico, and he fancied that hers mingled with it. His eyes filled, and he had much the same sensation of nausea as on that first morning of the sea voyage, when he woke up ill. All this time he continued to feign the utmost indifference, without quite knowing why he did so. The Orlais people had, however, become almost hateful to him, even Uncle Isidoro. Sometimes he asked himself in wonder why he had ever come back. "I am going away," he said one day to the fisherman, gazing across the interminable stretch of uplands to the blue and crimson sky beyond, against which the thickets of arbute seemed to float like green clouds. "I have written to a friend of mine, Burai. He can do anything, you know. He could have got me a pardon, even if I had really been guilty." "You have told me all that before. I am tired of hearing it," said Isidoro. "All the same, I notice that he has never even answered your letter." "He is going to get me a position. Yes, I really mean to go. But tell me, why is it that the priest is so anxious for it? Is he afraid that I will kill Brontu Dejas?" "Yes, he is. He's afraid of just that." "No, he's not. That's not it. I said to him,
Priest Elias, you must know perfectly well that if I had wanted to kill anyone, I would have done it right off. And all he said was, 'Go away, go away. It would be far better.' What do you think about it, Uncle Fisherman? Shall I go or not?" "I don't think anything about it," answered the other in a tone of strong disapproval. "What I do think is that you are an idle dog. Why aren't you at work? Tell me that. It's because you do nothing but think all the time of your good-for-nothing Burai, who, however, never gives you a thought." "Oh, he doesn't give me a thought," said Constantino, piqued. "Well, I'll just let you see whether he does or not. Look here." He drew a letter from the inside pocket of his coat, and proceeded to read it aloud. It was from Burai, written at Rome, where the ex-marshal had opened a little shop for the sale of Sardinian wines. Naturally, being himself, he had improved upon the facts, and announced that he was the proprietor of a large and flourishing establishment. He invited Constantino to pay him a visit, and reproached him for not having come at once to Rome, where, he said, he could find him a position without difficulty. The fisherman's blue eyes grew round with innocent wonder. "To think, only to think," he exclaimed, "and you never told me a word about it. What made you hide the letter? How much does it cost to go to Rome?" "Oh, only about 50 lire." "And have you got that much?" "Why, of course I have." "Then go, go by all means," exclaimed the old man, stretching his arms out towards the horizon. They were both silent for a moment. The fisherman, bending his head, gazed at the pebbles lying at his feet, while Constantino stared absently ahead of him. Beyond the brook, the tall yellow meadow grass was bowing in the wind, and the long stems of the golden oats rippled against the blue background of the sky. Uncle Isidoro made up his mind that the moment had come to tell Constantino plainly why all his friends wanted him to leave the village. "Giovanna," he began quietly, "does not love her husband. You and she might meet." "She and I might meet? Well, and if we did, what then?" "Nothing. You might, that's all." "Oh, nothing!" cried Constantino, and his voice rang out scornfully in the profound stillness. "Nothing! I tell you that I despise that low woman. I don't want her." "You don't want her, and yet you hang about her house all the time like a fly about the honey pot." "Ah, you know about that," said Constantino, somewhat crestfallen. "It's not true, though." "Well, yes, perhaps it is. But suppose I do hang about her house, what business is it of yours?" "Oh, none at all, but—" "You had better go away." "I am going. I suppose the truth is, you are getting tired of having me on your hands." "Constantino! Constantino!" exclaimed the old man in a hurt voice. Constantino pulled up a tuft of rushes, threw it from him, and gazed again into the distance. His face was working as it had done on the morning of his return, after he had closed the door of Isidoro's hut. His brain swam. Once or twice he gulped down the bitter saliva that rose in his throat. Then he spoke. "Well, after all, why does the priest insist so on my going? Am I not actually her husband? Suppose even that she were to come back to me, wouldn't it be coming back to her own husband?" "If she were to come back to you, my dear fellow, it would be Brontu Dejas either killing you or having you arrested."
Well, you needn't be afraid. I don't want her. She's a fallen woman as far as I'm concerned. I shall go off somewhere to a distance and marry someone else." "Oh, no, you would never do that," murmured Isidoro appealingly. "You are too good a Christian." "No, I would never do that," repeated Constantino mechanically. "Never in the world. You are far too good a Christian." The old man said it again, but without conviction. The experience of a long life was battling with the tenets of his simple faith. "If he does not do it," he sighed to himself, "it will not be merely because he is a good Christian." The July evening fell softly, tranquilly, like a bluish veil. Constantino, seated on the stone bench outside the fisherman's hut, was thoughtfully counting on his fingers. Yes, it had been 64 days since his return. 64 days! It seemed like yesterday, and it seemed like a century. The exile's fustian coat had grown worn and shabby, his face dark and gloomy, and his heart, yes, his heart as well, had worn away from day to day, from hour to hour. Eaten into by misery, by rage and passion, it too had turned black, like a thing on the verge of decay. A habit of dissembling, a result of prison life, had clung to him, so that now he found it impossible to be really open with anyone, much as he sometimes longed to unburden his heart, while the constant effort to conceal his feelings harassed him and added to his general misery. A frozen void seemed to surround him, like a great sea, calm but boundless, stretching away in all directions from a shipwrecked mariner. For 2 months now he had been swimming in this sea, and he was wearied out. His forces were spent. Scan the horizon as he would, his soul could espy no friendly shore across that bleak and desolate expanse. No prospect of an end to the unequal struggle. The icy water and the measureless void were slowly swallowing him up. Every day he would talk of going away, but nothing more. It was a pretence, like all else that he did. In his heart he knew perfectly well that now he would never go. Why should he? On this side of the water or on that, life would always be the same. He cared for no one, he hated no one, and he felt that he had become as base and self-centred as his late comrades in prison. Even Uncle Isidoro, who had meant so much to him at a distance, now in the close companionship of daily intercourse, had become an object of indifference, at times almost of dislike. When the old man went off on his fishing expeditions, or on the circuits which he made from time to time through the country to dispose of his wares, Constantino felt as though a weight had been lifted from him, the semi-paternal oversight which the other exercised over him having, in fact, come to both frighten and irritate him. On this particular evening the fisherman was away, and Constantino was sensible of this feeling of freedom from an irksome restraint. Now he could do whatever came into his head without anyone to preach, or that disagreeable sensation of being watched, which possibly as a result of the long years spent in prison, the mere presence of the old man was sufficient to excite. Moreover, he was expecting a visitor. Although he professed now to despise all women, and did in fact usually avoid them as much as possible, he had allowed himself to be drawn into relations with a strange creature, a half-witted girl who lived near Giovanna. She had surprised him one night prowling about the Dejas house, and had persuaded him to go home with her. From this individual he got all the gossip of the White House, and he took refuge with her whenever he thought he had been seen crossing the common. He was waiting for her now at Isidoro's hut in the owner's absence, but he looked down on her, and her foolish talk jarred on him. Presently she arrived, and Constantino told her to sit down out there on the stone bench beside him. "It's hot inside, and there are fleas and spiders and devils. Stay here in the fresh air," he said, without looking at her. "But we'll be seen," she objected in a deep, rough voice. "All right, suppose we are. It makes no difference to me. Why should it to you? But as it happens, it does make a difference to me." "Why?" he said, raising his voice. "Men cannot matter, since they are all sinners as well. And as for God, he can see us just as well inside as out." "Oh, go away," she said, but without any show of anger. "You've been drinking." Then she turned away and went into the hut. Striking a light, she looked into the cupboard where the food was usually kept, and as Constantino still did not come, she returned to the door and called to him. "If you don't come at once, I shall go away. But you had better be careful. I have something to tell you." He jumped up, and going inside, took her in his arms. The girl broke into a wild laugh. "Ha ha! You come quick enough now. That brought my little shorn lamb, eh?" She was tall and stout, with a small head and a dark, diminutive face, red lips, and greenish eyes, not ugly exactly, but rather repellent. Though she never drank anything herself, she gave an impression of being always a little tipsy, and was very prone to think that other people were so, in fact. Still laughing, she went again to the cupboard. "It's empty," she said. "Nothing there at all. Do you know, I'm hungry. If you'll wait a moment, I'll go and buy something. But first, you must tell me—" She turned abruptly, laid one hand on his breast, and with the other began to rain blows that were anything but playful. "Ah, you want to know, crocodile? You want to know, do you? That's what brought you in, is it? Go back, enjoy the air, poor dear little lamb. You want me to tell you? You think it is something about Giovanna Era, eh? And you came in for that, and not to see me?" "Let go," he said, seizing her hands. "You hit hard, the devil take you. Yes, that's what I came in for. Well, I shan't tell you a word, so there." "Now, Mattia," he said gently, "don't make me angry. You are not ill-natured. See now, I am going off to buy you whatever you want. What shall it be? What would you like to have?" He was like a child promising to be good if only it can have what it wants. And in fact, at that moment he did want something. He wanted it badly, and not a nice thing either. What he wanted was to be told that Brontu had beaten his wife, or that she had met with an accident, or that overwhelming disaster of one sort or another had engulfed the house of Dejas, root and branch. It was, therefore, somewhat disappointing when Mattia, closing one eye, announced that some cattle had been stolen, and that Aunt Martina, on hearing the news, had rushed off like a crazy thing to ascertain the exact extent of the loss. "She will be up at the folds all night, and your wife is all alone. Do you understand? Alone." "Well, what difference does that make to me?" "Stupid, you can go and see her." "You won't go?"
Why, that's what I came expressly to tell you. Of course you'll go. I want you to. I'm sorry for you. After all, you are her husband." "I'm not. I'm not anyone's husband," he said, with a shrug. "I thought you would have something very different to tell me. Now, what shall I get you? Beans, milk, bacon, cheese?" "If you're not anyone's husband, then marry me," she said in a low, unsteady voice, like a person who has been drinking. Constantino coughed and spat on the ground. Instantly a gleam of intelligence shot into her usually dull, expressionless eyes. "Why do you do that?" she asked sharply. "You think, perhaps, that she is better than I?" He flushed, and then a heart-sick feeling came over him. "Yes," he said, "you are worse, or better, than she." "What do you say?" "If you're not lying at this moment, and didn't come here to lay a trap for me with this story of her being alone, well, then you are better than she." "Why should I lay a trap for you? I'm sorry for you, that's all. I swear by the memory of my dead that if you go there this evening, you'll run no risk whatever." "Who can believe you, woman, when you don't even respect the dead?" Mattia, angry and offended, started to leave the hut, but he held her back. "A low dog," she said scornfully. "I take pity on you, and you speak to me like that. What have you to reproach me with? What, I say?" She threw her head back with a certain pride, knitting her brows, and turning upon Constantino a look that was altogether new. He stared back at her for a moment, amazed that a woman of her class should speak in that tone, should hold up her head, and dare to look at him with such an expression. Then he began to laugh. "I'm off now," he said, "but I'll be back in a moment. I'll get some wine too, even though you don't drink it. Wait for me here. Wait, I say," he repeated roughly, as she followed him to the door. "Don't bother me." She stood still, and he went out. But before he had gone a dozen steps, he heard her deep voice calling him back. Returning, he saw the tip of her nose through the crack of the door, and one eye regarding him with its habitual look of dull stolidity. "What do you want, squint-eyed goat?" "If you are going to her, there is no use in making me wait here." "Go to the devil whom you came from!" exclaimed Constantino. "I would as soon think of going to her house as you would of going to church. I say you are to wait." And he made as if to tweak her nose, but she quickly drew back and shut the door. 10 minutes later Constantino returned, but his strange guest had disappeared. Thinking that she might be hiding somewhere outside, he looked for her, calling in a low voice and telling her that he had bread and meat and fruit, but in vain. She had taken herself off. An intense stillness reigned all about the hut. Through the night, now completely fallen, came only the sound of the fig leaves rustling mysteriously, as though an invisible hand were shaking a piece of stiff silk. Nothing else could be heard, and nothing could be seen, except the stars shining brilliantly in the warm sky. Constantino felt much aggrieved by Mattia's defection. As lonely as an outcast dog, what on earth was there for him to do throughout that interminable evening? He was not sleepy, having in fact taken a long nap in the afternoon, and he had nowhere to go. He began to eat and drink, talking aloud from time to time in a querulous voice. If she imagines that I am going to see her, she's green."
Silence.
"As green as a rose in springtime. She's crazy."
Another silence. Then,
"Coming to see her? Not I. Neither her nor the other one. Mattia is sickening. She seems to be a sort of animal, and that's all there is about it."
he swore, and then gave a light, purposeless laugh, such as people give when they are alone. All the while he kept swallowing great gulps of wine, and each time that he emptied his glass he would thrust out his lips and exclaim, "Ha, ha, ha!" rubbing his chest up and down to express the delicious sensation caused by the wine as it flowed down his throat. Soon he began to feel more cheerful. "She may go to the devil, or to hell if she wants to," he exclaimed, thinking of Mattia and her sudden disappearance. But all the while he knew perfectly well that he was forcing himself to dwell despitefully upon her, in order to keep from thinking of the other. At last he went out, and stretching himself upon the stone bench, allowed his thoughts to take their own course. "She is alone," he reflected. "Well, what do I care? I loathe her, and I wouldn't go there, not if she were to give me a chest full of gold. What should I do with gold anyway?" He put the question to himself in profound dejection, but immediately began to hum a gay little song, having got into a way of trying to fool himself as well as other people. For a time the sound of his own voice, low, monotonous, arrested his attention. Then his thoughts once more asserted themselves. If I were to go there, well, what would happen? Sin, perhaps, but am I not her husband? I have not the remotest idea of going there, though. I should think not. Uncle Isidoro makes me laugh, old idiot. Go away, imitating Uncle Isidoro's voice. If you don't go away, something dreadful is sure to happen. Brontu Dejas will kill you or have you arrested. Well, if he does, what then? He began to sing again, the sharp rustle of the fig leaves, almost like the clash of metal blades, accompanying the subdued murmur of his voice. He shifted his position, and his heavy eyelids closed, his head, supported on one hand, rolling from side to side. "Well, what then?" he repeated, then opened his eyes, as though startled by the sound of his own voice. They closed again presently, and he went on talking to himself. "No, I would never have her again for my wife. For me, she is just an abandoned woman. She has been living with another man, and as long as she has gone to live with him, she might come back and live with me, and then go and live with someone else. She's no better than Mattia, and I spit upon them both." He opened his eyes and spat on the ground. At the moment he had a genuine scorn of Giovanna, and yet at the very same time tender, distant memories surged up in his breast. He remembered a kiss he had once given her as she lay asleep, and how she had opened her eyes with a startled look, exclaiming, "Oh, I thought it was someone else." Well, what manner of foolishness was this for him to be thinking of now? He was a simpleton, neither more nor less than a simpleton. Moreover, how could he know, supposing for a moment that he were to go, whether Giovanna would receive him or drive him away? The man's mind was neither trained nor developed, yet at that moment he was reasoning as a much more complex nature might have done. He hoped that she would not receive him. He knew that for himself there was nothing for it but to go on living and suffering. Yet he felt that should he go to her and be repulsed, at least a ray of light would penetrate the cold, dreary void that encircled him. But he wanted her. He longed for her still. From the moment he had lost her, his whole being had suffered like a crushed and twisted limb that still goes on living. Yet, mingled with this sense of longing, there was a spiritual breath as well, the instinct of the immortal soul, which never wholly dies out, even in the most degraded. He dreamed of Giovanna, an honest woman lost forever in this world, but restored to him in eternity. Now, if she were to betray her second husband, even for the sake of her first, she would not, could not be an honest woman. So thought Constantino, and yet it was perhaps 10 o'clock, and he had been lying for half an hour or more on the stone bench, when a mournful strain broke in upon the stillness. It was the blind man, singing and accompanying himself upon his rude instrument. His voice, clear enough but sad and monotonous, vibrated through the night air with a sobbing suggestion of homesickness that was hardly human, as though it were the wail of a lost soul recalling the few hours of happiness spent upon earth. The music seemed to be a cry for light, happiness, the joy of living, all those things whose existence the blind youth half understood, but could never hope to realize, which the dead have lost and can never hope to repossess. Constantino shivered and got up. The voice and the accompaniment began to die away, growing gradually fainter and fainter, and ceasing at last altogether. He felt a great wave of agony and tenderness surge up in his breast. In the darkness, the silence, the unutterable loneliness that surrounded him, he too felt an overmastering longing, like the blind man's, for light, an agonizing homesickness, like the dead recalling their brief experience of life. He turned and began to walk in the direction of the village. At first he seemed to be in a dream, although he heard beneath his feet the rustle of the dead leaves and stubble blown by the wind about Isidoro's hut. He rubbed his eyelids, and little violet-coloured electric circles seemed to flash and swim in the air. Soon, though, his eyes becoming used to the darkness, he discerned clearly the light line of the road, the black cottages, the great empty void above, where the stars hung like drops of gold ready to fall. He walked steadily on, knowing perfectly whither he was bound, and never wavering for a single instant. Here and there, on the thresholds of cottages whose owners were too poor to indulge in the luxury of a light, little groups of people sat, enjoying the freshness of the night air. Occasionally, the high-pitched voice of a woman would float across the road, recounting some piece of gossip or trifling incident of domestic life. In a lonely angle, Constantino espied a pair of lovers. The man, hearing his footsteps approach, tried to hide his companion, who quickly turned her face to the wall. Constantino walked on, but presently he stopped and half turned, thinking that he would give the two young people a fright by calling out, "I am going to tell your father right away." But the fear of attracting attention and being himself discovered deterred him, and he went on. When he discerned the black mass of the almond tree rearing itself from beside the path beyond Aunt Paquicia's cottage, His heart gave a sudden bound, and then stood still. It was so like a great head with rough shaggy locks, thrusting itself out, intently watching for him to appear. He had fully determined to pass the tree, cross the common, enter the Dejas house, and speak to Giovanna. It all seemed perfectly simple and plain, and he was prepared to do it. Yet he was frightened, more than frightened, terrified. A flexible, girlish voice floated out into the night. "No matter how often you may say it, it's not true." He looked all about him. No one was to be seen, and he went on, his nervousness increasing with every step. Crossing the common, he examined Aunt Paquicia's cottage, then the White House, then Mattia's hovel. From the last a faint light shone; the two others were in total darkness. Again the idea crossed his mind that Mattia might be playing him a trick, or perhaps Aunt Paquicia was with Giovanna, or the latter might already have gone to bed, and would decline to open the door. Nevertheless, he walked steadily on, and up on the portico. Instantly the figure of Giovanna became apparent, seated on the doorstep. At the same moment she recognised him, and leaped to her feet, rigid with terror. His voice, low, agitated, at once reassured her. "Don't be frightened. Are you alone?" "Yes." A second later they were in each other's arms. A year elapsed. One night, when Brontu was away from home, Aunt Martina heard, or thought she heard, a low murmur of voices in Giovanna's room. Had Brontu come back? The old woman wondered, and if so, why? Could anything have happened at the sheepfolds? Tormented by the thought, she finally got up. The door was open, and she listened a moment. Yes, undoubtedly someone was talking in Giovanna's room. Not wishing to strike a light, she attempted to cross the room that separated her own chamber from Giovanna's in the dark. She made a misstep, however, and trying to recover herself, overthrew a chair. "Holy Mary!" she muttered, setting it right again. Then she groped her way to the door, felt for the handle, and tried to open it. It was locked. "What do you want?" demanded Giovanna's voice instantly. "Has Brontu got back?" "No. Why?" "I thought I heard someone talking. Why have you got the door locked?" "Is it locked? I must have done it without thinking," said Giovanna innocently. "I'll open it right away. Just wait a moment. I was talking to the baby. She wouldn't go to sleep." "Marietta!" called the grandmother, but there was no response. "Is she asleep now?" "She is just falling asleep." In the pause that ensued, a painful drama was enacted in the breasts of the two women. "I will get up now and open the door," said Giovanna presently, in a strained voice. But the old woman made no reply. Motionless, a cold chill creeping through her, she felt the horrible truth flash into her mind like a sudden glare of blinding light. Giovanna must have a lover, and that lover could be none other than Constantino Ledda. In that moment of searching illumination, 1,000 little incidents to which she had paid no heed at the time, 1,000 little unconsidered trifles rose up to confront her, and she trembled from head to foot in a paroxysm of grief and rage. Yet, When Giovanna repeated, "I will open the door right away," she was able to control herself and answer quietly, "It's not worth while. Stay where you are." Then she turned, and crossing the room again in the dark, said to herself with a sort of calm fury, "Now is the time to show them that old Martina is no fool." Her first impulse was to hurry downstairs and look out to see if anyone had climbed from Giovanna's window to the roof below, which, in turn, gave on another and still lower roof. But she restrained herself, reflecting very sensibly that if Giovanna saw that she was suspected, she would instantly be on her guard. "No, no, this is a time to dissemble old Martina, to pretend, spy, listen, watch, and then—" What was to happen afterwards? The afterwards suggested such a multitude of wretched possibilities that the old woman threw herself on her bed in a torment of agonized conjecture. What would Brontu do if he knew? Poor Brontu! With all his violent temper, he was such a good fellow at bottom, and so tremendously in love with Giovanna. But there it was. He was so much in love with Giovanna that he would be perfectly capable of committing some crime should he suspect her constancy. Then what would become of him? Thought Aunt Martina. Ah, it will be far better for him to know nothing of all this trouble. I will implore Giovanna to be loyal and not to betray her poor husband. And then, suppose, after all, I should be mistaken? Suppose she really was talking to the baby? Hey, no, no. Someone else was there, and it could have been no one but Constantino. Oh, wretched creature, accursed beggar, is this your gratitude towards those who have fed and clothed and nourished you? But never mind, we will pay you back. We will drive you out of this house with a whip, naked as when you came into it. And thus, torn by successive impulses of hatred, pity, fury, and despair, Aunt Martina dragged through the weary night. One significant circumstance she did recall, that Constantino was said to be on good terms with Aunt Patricia, Giovanna's mother. Some time previously he had set to work in earnest, had rented a little shop, and was making a good deal of money by his trade of shoemaking. A repulsive thought came into the old woman's head. What if Aunt Patricia knew and encouraged her daughter's intimacy with her first husband? "The old harpy detests us," said Brontu's mother to herself. "Perhaps Constantino makes her presents." Daybreak found her still wide-eyed and sleepless. Getting up, she went out to examine the wall above which rose the roofs leading to Giovanna's window. Not a trace was to be found of anyone having been on it. The dawn was exquisitely tranquil and beautiful. The village was still asleep, and the fields lay bathed in soft grey haze beneath a silver sky. Aunt Martina drew a deep breath. She felt as though she had awakened from a horrible dream. The utter peace and serenity of the early morning seemed to communicate itself to her distracted spirit. Then, on a sudden, happening to raise her eyes to Giovanna's window, she saw the young woman watching her. Instantly the conviction flashed across her that she too had lain awake the entire night, that she too was looking now to see if any telltale traces remained to betray the fact that she had had a visitor, and more than that she now was fully aware of Aunt Martina's suspicions. Across the space that divided them, the two women exchanged a look of mutual fear and hatred. War was declared. The battle opened in ominous calm, each side marshalling its forces in silence and secrecy. Aunt Martina's efforts were directed to allaying Giovanna's suspicions in the hope that she might some day surprise her and her lover together. Giovanna, perfectly awake to her mother-in-law's tactics, pretended not to notice anything, but at the same time proceeded with great caution in her relations with Constantino. He had entirely altered his mode of life. He now worked regularly and was doing very well, but underneath everything was a sense of unutterable melancholy, which he was never able wholly to throw off. "I am doing everything I can to provoke Brontu to break with me," said Giovanna one day. "I want him to apply for a divorce so as to be rid of me. Then I will go back to you, beloved, and nothing shall ever part us again. I will be your servant, your slave, and make you forget all your past sorrows." But Constantino only smiled wearily. It was true that he still loved Giovanna, but it was a very different kind of love from that which she had formerly inspired in him. Now there was more of passion, perhaps, but it did not go so deep, and he knew, though he could not tell her so, that even were she free to return to him as his wife, he could never be happy again as in the old days. She was not the woman to whom he had given his heart, but another and a very different person, one who, having been false to both husbands in succession, was now perhaps deceiving them simultaneously. Often Constantino was seized with an excess of rage against the entire human race, Giovanna included. He would have liked to murder someone, Brontu or Aunt Bacchisia, or even Giovanna, in order to avenge himself for what he had been made to suffer. And yet all the time he knew himself to be quite incapable of doing anything brutal or violent, and raged and fumed the more at his own weakness. His heart seemed to have sunk into a state of torpor, and to have lost the power to enjoy acutely. Uncle Isidoro was now constantly urging him to marry again, much as such an act would be contrary to his own principles. "I have one wife already," Constantino would reply. "What could I do with another? Have her betray me too? All women are exactly alike." Then Uncle Isidoro would sigh and remain silent. He was in constant dread lest some new tragedy should befall. He was aware, partly from intuition, and partly because Constantino himself allowed him to have an inkling of the truth, that the young man was holding secret intercourse with his former wife, and his daily fear was of some explosion. Thus he argued to himself that if Constantino could only be induced to marry some gentle, affectionate young woman who would bear him children, he would come in time to forget the other one and find rest and peace. To these suggestions, however, Constantino only gave the same weary smile that had now become habitual. "Are you afraid that I will murder someone?" he asked, divining the old man's nervous terrors. "No, no, there is no need to feel alarmed now. Matters are going too much to my taste just at present for me to do anything to disturb the current." The current was, however, in a fair way to be disturbed after that night on which Aunt Martina made her discovery. On the following day, Constantino went, as his frequent custom now was, to Aunt Bacchisia's cottage. He had no liking for the old woman who had been chiefly instrumental in bringing about Giovanna's divorce. There were even moments when the thought of strangling his ex-mother-in-law got into his blood, filling his veins with a sensation of almost voluptuous joy. But he went there nevertheless, mainly because he took a dreary pleasure in living over the past in that little cottage where he had once been so happy. Moreover, he enjoyed listening to Aunt Bakisia's never-ending abuse of everything connected with the house of Dejas. Did the old woman know of her daughter's renewed relations with Constantino? Neither of them had said a word to her on the subject, yet, like Isidoro, she suspected how matters stood, though, unlike him, she made no effort to interfere. Constantino had made her a present of a pair of shoes, and from time to time he performed other little services for her. Had he asked her to allow him to meet Giovanna in her house, it is quite possible that she would have offered no objection, but up to the present time he had neither told nor asked her anything. On this day, however, he arrived visibly anxious and perturbed, and Aunt Bakisia, who was sitting by the door spinning, laid down her spindle and gave him a steady look out of her sharp little eyes. Night was falling, and Constantino, who had worked hard all day, was tired, sad, unhappy. The soft brilliance of the summer night, the silence of the little house, the peaceful solitude of the common, the warm, sweet breath of the evening, all combined to create a flood of homesickness for the past, and an acute sense of present misery that was well nigh unbearable. He threw himself down on a stool, and rested his elbows on his knees and his forehead on his interlocked hands. For a few moments neither of them spoke. The man was thinking of Maltinedu, of his little dead child. He seemed to see him then playing before the door, and hot tears trembled in his eyes. "Do you know," said Aunt Bakisia suddenly, "the old colt is going crazy?" "Who?" asked Constantino. "Who? Why, the old miser, Martina Dejas. She got up out of her bed last night and went and banged on my Giovanna's door. She said she heard someone talking to her. Upon my soul, fancy such a thing! She has gone entirely mad. She always was half so." "Ah," was all that Constantino said. "Listen, my soul," said Aunt Bakisia, lowering her voice. "Giovanna tells me that the old colt suspects—" "What?" asked Constantino, raising his head quickly. "Suspects that you and Giovanna, you understand? She has not said a word, the old maniac, but Giovanna has guessed that she has some idea in her head, and on that account—" "I understand," said Constantino. He did understand. Evidently Giovanna had taken this method of warning him that they would have to be prudent. "And so, my soul," Aunt Bakisia went on, "for the present it will be as well for you to stop coming here, just so as not to arouse suspicions. I will go every once in a while to see you, for a chat, you know. Ah," she gave a weary sigh, yes, you are a man. Look at you, standing there now, as tall and handsome as a banner. When I think of that little freak of nature, Brontu Dejas, I declare I wonder what on earth Giovanna could have been thinking of to forget you. Ah, if she had only listened to me." Constantino, who had risen and was standing in the doorway, crimsoned with anger when he heard these outrageous lies being calmly offered for his acceptance. "Hold your tongue," he began in a hoarse voice. But Aunt Bacchisia was not listening. She was looking intently up at the white house. Presently she whispered, "Look, my soul, we are being watched now. Giovanna is right. Do you see the old harpy peering at us? Oh, I could tear out her eyes." Sure enough, the figure of Aunt Martina could be seen lurking in the shadow of the portico. For the moment, Constantino, who had never really borne any especial ill will towards Brontu's mother, felt all the anger and sorrow and rebelliousness in his nature concentrate into one bitter longing to do the old woman some bodily harm. He would dearly have liked to make a wild dash across the common, fall upon her without warning, and tear her eyes out, as Aunt Bacchisia had said. "Never mind, let her alone," said the latter. "Giovanna has told me that she is doing everything she can to make them ill use her and drive her out of the house. Then we will apply for another divorce. You, my soul, all you have to do is to be careful and wait." "What have I to wait for?" he asked roughly. "Nothing can happen now that I want." She said something more, but he was not listening. Standing erect and motionless on the threshold of the door that had once been his door, he stared across at the portico of the Dejas house, feeling even more desolate and forlorn than usual. So then his one remaining consolation, that of holding intercourse with Giovanna, was about to be torn from him, and by the same people who had stolen from him everything else that made life pleasant. Moreover, they might deprive him even of life itself, should he continue his relations with her who really was his own wife. Ah, Dejas, accursed race! Yes, now the old mother as well was included in his hatred of that house, and the longing to cross the common, fling himself on the portico, and make the still summer evening resound with her shrill screams of agony, at last overmastered him. With a sudden movement, right in the middle of one of Aunt Bacchisia's sentences, he stepped out into the twilight, and with rapid strides began to cross the common. When he had gone about halfway, he stopped, stood motionless for a moment, and then, altering his direction, walked away. Aunt Bacchisia watched his figure as it was slowly swallowed up by the shadows, and the silence and languor of the dusk deepened into night. After that evening, Constantino visited her cottage no more. One day, towards the end of October, Uncle Isidoro Pane had an unexpected visitor. The old fisherman, seated before his fireplace, was getting supper ready for himself and Constantino, who still made his home with him. Outside the air felt almost cold, the wind was rising, and long violet-coloured clouds were flying across the clear greenish western sky. Uncle Isidoro was thinking sadly of that evening when, amid the chanting of the women, they had interred Jacobi Dejas in the dung-heap. The earthen pot bubbled on the fire, and from without came the melancholy rustling of the fig-tree and the bushes shaken by the wind. All at once a low knock came on the door. "Who is there?" asked Uncle Isidoro. "Ave Maria!" The salutation came from Aunt Martina Dejas, who now, after satisfying herself that the old man was entirely alone, entered and cautiously closed the door behind her. "Oh, Martina, Grazia plena!" responded the fisherman, astonished to see who his visitor was. Her head and shoulders were completely enveloped in a petticoat worn in lieu of a shawl. Her features were paler and more gaunt even than ordinary, and to Isidoro she seemed to have aged greatly. "Sit down, Martina Dejas," he said politely, offering her a stool. "What good wind blows you here?" "It's an ill wind," she replied. Then, looking all around her, she said, "I want to talk to you privately. Can anyone hear us? Where is he?" "Still at the shop. He does not get back till later." "Listen," said the old woman, seating herself. "You can probably guess what it is that brings me here." "No, I cannot guess, Martina Dejas," declared the other, though all the time he knew very well. "But why didn't you send for me? I would have gone to your house." "At my house there is someone who has the ears of a hare. She can hear through a stone wall. Now listen. I don't suppose I have to make you promise not to tell anyone. You wouldn't betray my confidence, would you?" "I will not betray you." "You are a man of the Lord, Isidoro Pane. A very dreadful thing has happened. Will you help me to set it right?" "If I can," spreading out his arms and hands. "Tell me about it." The old woman sighed. "Tell you about it? Yes," she said. "That is what I am going to do, Isidoro. But what I have to say burns my lips, and you are the only human being I would breathe it to. A terrible misfortune has overtaken my house. Do you see how old I have grown? For months I have not been able to close my eyes. Giovanna, my daughter-in-law, has a lover, Constantino Ledda. You don't seem surprised," she added quickly, seeing that the other remained unmoved. "You knew it already. Someone has known about it. Perhaps there are others too. Perhaps everyone knows the disgrace of my house." "Easy, easy, don't be frightened. I did not know it, and I don't think anyone else does. It may not be true either, but if it were, and people knew about it, no one would be surprised." "No one would be surprised?" "Certainly not, Martina Dejas. No one at all. Everyone knows perfectly well, pardon me if I speak frankly, that Giovanna married your son entirely from motives of self-interest. Now Constantino has come back. They were in love with one another before, and now they are in love with one another after. It is perfectly natural." "It is perfectly natural? How can you say such things, Isidoro Pane? Is it perfectly natural for a woman to be unfaithful, for a beggar taken in out of the streets to betray her benefactors? Is it perfectly natural that my son, Brontu Dejas, who had the courage to do what not another soul would have dreamed of doing, is it natural that he should be deceived?" "Yes, it is all natural." "Ah!" exclaimed Aunt Martina, getting up, her eyes flashing with anger. "Then it was quite useless for me to come here." "Easy, easy," said the old man again. "Just sit down, Martina, and tell me quietly what brought you. Let us put all these questions aside. They are of no use now, anyhow, and discuss the situation as it is. I think I can guess what it is you want me to do. You want me to use my influence with Constantino to get him to leave your family in peace?" The old woman sat down again and opened her heart. Yes, that was what she wanted, that Isidoro should do all he could to induce Constantino to give Giovanna up. "This misery will kill me," she said in conclusion, her voice trembling. "But at least my Brontu will have been spared. Ah, if he should ever find out about it, he is lost. He is sure to kill someone, either Giovanna or Constantino. I am continually haunted by the most horrible presentiments. I keep seeing a smear of blood before my eyes. You will see, Isidoro, you will see. If we don't find some way to stop this shameful thing, some horrible tragedy will occur." As she talked, Aunt Martina had been growing steadily paler, until she was now quite livid. Her lips trembled, and her eyes gleamed, partly with anger, partly with unshed tears. "You alarm me, and you make me feel very sorry for you as well," said Uncle Isidoro gravely. "But see here, whose fault is it all? I remember. This visit of yours brings it all back to me. Another visit I once had. It was from Jacobi Dejas, poor soul. Well, he sat there, just where you are sitting now, and he said almost the same words. 'We must find some way to stop this thing. If we don't, some terrible misfortune will surely happen.' And so we did. We tried our best to stop that shameful thing, but without avail. You and your son, and all the rest of you, were determined to bring about your own ruin. You fell into mortal sin. You broke the laws of God, and now your punishment has come." "We? Only we?" exclaimed the old woman haughtily. "No, the fault belongs to them as well, to Patricia Era for her avarice and wickedness in throwing her daughter at Brontu, and to Giovanna for abandoning her first husband when she loved him and marrying another out of self-interest. The blame belongs equally to all, or rather it does not. It is theirs alone, for we did nothing but what was good. It is theirs, and I hate every one of them, vile, low-born beggars, traitors. And I can tell you, if Constantino does not give this thing up, he'll bitterly regret it. Beg, implore, adjure him. Tell him not to bring ruin on a respectable house, and then, if he will not listen—" "Hush, Martina," begged the fisherman, seeing that she was working herself into a fury. "Don't talk foolishness. But tell me, are you really certain that Giovanna and Constantino are meeting each other?" "Absolutely certain. For 3 months now, as I told you, I have hardly closed my eyes. One night I heard someone talking to Giovanna. She saw right away that I had noticed something, and for a while she was on her guard. But now she has thrown aside all prudence. The other day they met at Patricia Era's cottage. I saw them plainly, and not only that, I heard them. I listened at the door. Then last night he was with her again. Do you understand? Actually in my house, beneath my roof. And I was trembling so with rage I hardly knew what I was about. But I waited for him below. I was going to speak to him, and then I was going to stab him, kill him if I could. I had a knife ready in my hand. But do you know, I could not stir a limb. I could not even open my lips when he crept down as stealthily as a thief, first onto the roof and then the ground, and away. I am nothing but a poor old woman. I can't do a thing. I was just frightened and I hid. Giovanna knows that I care more for Brontu than for anything else in the world, and that I would sacrifice everything to spare him, even the honour of our name. And so the ungrateful creature is taking advantage of the tenderest feeling that I have. She is counting on my being afraid to tell him for fear that he will commit murder and so be ruined forever, and that is why she dares to carry it on. But Isidoro, I will be capable of doing almost anything if Constantino does not break this off. Tell him so." "But why don't you speak to Giovanna?" asked the fisherman.
"Because, well, I'm afraid of her. She follows me about and watches me all the time, like a tigress ready to spring. She hates me just as I hate her at times, and at the very first word she would fly at me and choke me to death. I don't dare to open my mouth. Oh, it is all so horrible. You don't know what days I pass. Death would be far less bitter than the life I am leading." As she spoke these words, Aunt Martina buried her face in her hands and began to sob. A feeling of intense pity rose in the old fisherman's heart. In the days of his most grinding poverty, he had never been reduced to tears, and to think of the rich, proud Martina Dejas being actually more wretched than an old pauper like himself. "I will do my very best," he said. "Now go, and try not to worry. You had better get off at once, though. It is time for him to be coming back." She got up, wrapped the petticoat carefully around her head and shoulders, and when Isidoro had looked out to make sure that no one was about who might recognize her, walked slowly away. The air was sharp. The wind was blowing in gusts, tearing the first dead leaves from the trees. Aunt Martina, struggling against it, felt more anxious and depressed even than when she came. It seemed as though that chill autumn wind that shook and lashed and tore her were tearing and lashing her spirit as well. The presentiments of evil that she had spoken of as haunting her were stronger than ever. Passing a certain wretched little hovel, more forlorn and poverty-stricken than any of the others, she shot a keen glance at it, and then quickly lowered her eyes, as though in dread lest some invisible being should read the dark thought of her soul. The owner of this hovel, a poor peasant, had come to her some time before, and had asked her to lend him some money. "Lend it to you?" she had exclaimed derisively. "And how do you propose to repay it?" "If I can't pay you back in money," the man had replied, "there may be some other way of showing my gratitude. You could require any service at all of me." She understood what he meant. He was ready to undertake anything, even the commission of a crime, in order to get the money he needed. But she had not wanted anything, and so had sent him off. Now, passing the forlorn little house, rapidly falling into ruins, through the darkness and wind and melancholy of the night, she saw again before her the gaunt, resolute figure of this man, his hollow, sunken eyes, his lips white from hunger, his dark, bony hands ready for any act by which he might hope to snatch a little ease and comfort out of life, and the horrible schemes of vengeance that were tearing at her selfish old heart began to take a fearful and well-defined shape. Thus she passed on, a dark, forbidding form, enveloped in her black tunic, swept by the wind past that wretched hovel, like a shadowy portent of evil. That same evening, Uncle Isidoro reasoned with Constantino at length, urging him by every argument at his command to avert what otherwise must inevitably result in a catastrophe for himself, for Giovanna, and for everyone concerned. Constantino regarded the old man steadily with his usual melancholy smile. "What," he demanded, "could happen? You admit yourself that the old harpy will never talk to her son. And isn't she my wife, Giovanna? Haven't I a perfect right to be with her whenever I choose?
"Ah, child of the Lord," sighed Isidoro, clasping his hands and shaking his head, "you will be made to suffer for it in some way. You had better look out. Martina Dejas is capable of anything where her son is concerned." A look of hatred came into Constantino's eyes. "Listen," he said, "my heart is like a vessel full of deadly poison. A single drop more and it will overflow. Let them look out who have brought all this on themselves." Then he got up and went out into the night. For hours he wandered aimlessly about, like one who had lost his way in the wind-swept solitude. Then, about midnight, he found himself, almost without knowing how he got there, as on that first evening, beneath Giovanna's window. He climbed on the shed and tapped. Aunt Martina, lying wakeful and alert, heard everything. Heard Constantino approach, heard his knock, heard Giovanna open to him, and then she knew it was hopeless. Without doubt, Isidoro had faithfully reported his conversation with her, and this was Constantino's reply. He had come directly and defiantly to Giovanna. "No doubt," thought the old woman bitterly, "he argues that since old Martina lacks the courage to make her son unhappy by telling him the truth, he may as well profit by her weakness. Yes, no doubt that is what he thinks. But he has forgotten to take account of what the poor old mother may be stirred up to do in order to protect her boy. Now, Constantino Ledda, it is between us two." One night, as Constantino slid down from the shed beneath Giovanna's window, he felt something cold and sharp enter his side. In the darkness he made out the figure of a man, his face covered with a black cloth. He threw himself upon him, and after a brief struggle, breathless, silent, determined, he succeeded in throwing him down and disarming him. Then he let him go without so much as attempting to identify him. What did it signify who the assassin was? Behind that black mask he knew only too well that Aunt Martina's gaunt features looked out, and that it was her hand that had directed the murderous stroke. He made his way back to Isidoro's hut, and the fisherman, being absent on one of his journeys, dressed the wound himself, hiding away like a stricken animal, and concealing what had happened from everyone. He did not even undress, but for 3 days and nights lay stretched on his pallet, a prey to the bitterest reflections. The weather had become cold. Outside, the wind whistled among the dry hedges, and forcing its way into the hut, made the long threads of cobweb swing back and forth, and brought down clouds of dust from the roof. Through the window Constantino could see processions of pale blue clouds scudding across the cold bright background of the sky, and he said to himself that he wanted to die. Death, death! What else remained for him? The world, his world, was now only a cold and empty void. His feeling for Giovanna could never be what it once had been. He had indeed resumed his relations with her, but she could never mean the same thing to him again after having deserted him in his hour of need. The very pleasure which he felt in their clandestine intercourse was due in part to his hatred of the Dejases. The Dejases! The mere thought of the joy which his death would afford them even now aroused him and put new life into his veins. "They have stolen everything else of mine," he thought, "and now they want to take my life as well. But they shan't have it. I will kill one of them first." He recalled a trial at which he had once been present, where the accused had proved that he had been attacked and had struck back in order to defend himself. The jury had acquitted him. "Well, they will acquit me. I shall be striking in self-defence. And if they don't acquit me—" There arose before him the faces of his fellow convicts. The King of Spades smiled at him lugubriously, and behind him he could see the gloomy walls of the prison courtyard. At least, though they had been friendly, they might have been murderers, but they had never tried to assassinate him. On the third day of his seclusion in Uncle Isidoro's hut, a storm came up. Nothing could exceed the comfortless desolation of the poor little abode. The black clouds travelling overhead seemed to break directly against the small, bare window. Presently some big drops fell from the roof, one leak in especial, directly over the black cold fireplace, was so persistent that at last, seeing that the water was forming into a thin stream, the young man reached out and shoved Uncle Isidoro's earthenware saucepan beneath it. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was like the monotonous and melancholy ticking of a clock. Night descended, if anything colder and more dreary than before. The rain came down steadily, and the drops fell into the saucepan with the regularity of a machine. Constantino did not move. He had neither wood wherewith to build a fire, nor any more food, and it did not occur to him to get up, to bestir himself, to go out, to live. Perhaps Uncle Isidoro was stalled in some neighbouring village by the storm, and would not get back. During the night fever set in, and Constantino was racked by hideous dreams, painful memories of the past, tempests of anger mingled with physical suffering. How long he lay in this condition he could never remember, only he recollected hearing the steady drip, drip of the water as it fell into the saucepan, the beating of the rain on the roof, and the long sob of the wind as it swept about the deserted house. In the intervals of the fever, when he would arouse from the lethargy that weighed him down, he was conscious of sharp shooting pains through all his limbs, similar to those he had felt in prison on awaking after a feverish night, and also of a savage animal desire to do some harm, to fling himself on someone or something, and bite, and tear, and destroy. Another day and night went by. The rain was falling more heavily than ever, and that steady, inexorable drip, drip had at last filled and overflowed the saucepan. Between cold and starvation, Constantino had almost come to the end of his forces. Once he was visited by a horrid illusion. He thought that a mad dog had thrown him down and bitten him in the stomach. He awoke shaking, and could not throw the idea off. Perhaps he had been bitten by a mad dog, and this was hydrophobia. Towards evening the storm died down, though the rain did not cease entirely. Then suddenly he felt that he was dying. He had no sense of rebellion now. All that was over. He seemed to have lost even the power to care. To die, to die. Why should he want to go on living? Everything, both within him and about him, was black and void. Through all his fever-ridden dreams, one idea had remained persistently by him: that he was about to commit a crime. Now it was Aunt Martina whom he was on the point of stabbing, then someone else, but in the intervals of consciousness he realised that should he live, should he once more find himself burdened with the dolorous gift of existence, while he would not even attempt to resist the secret force that was urging him on, it would matter little against whom his fury expended itself. It might be Aunt Martina, or Brontu, or someone else, but then, deep down in his soul, he could never rid himself of a sense of terror of what would happen afterwards. Yes, he wanted to die, so as to suffer no more, and to be saved from becoming a murderer. At last the rain was ceasing. It still fell steadily, but more now like a gentle shower, while the wind had died down completely. It was cold, though, and the damp, chill atmosphere hung over the cabin like a heavy, wet cloth. So unutterably dreary were the weather and the surroundings that Constantino, recalling the periods of his most acute misery, could never remember being so utterly and hopelessly wretched as now. Not even on the day of the sentence, not even on the day when they had told him of the divorce, nor on that other day of his return, for on every one of those occasions, desperate as the outlook had been, there always remained the hope of better things in the life to come. Then his conscience had been pure, but now, should he go on living, he believed that he would surely forfeit all hope in the life to come. At times, goaded by this horror, he would cry aloud, imploring death to come and save him, as a terrified child cries for its mother. Thus the hours wore on. He had dropped into a feverish sleep, but awoke suddenly, trembling with terror at he could not tell what. The rain was over at last, but in the profound stillness that enwrapped him, Constantino fancied that he still heard it beating on the roof, and the drip, drip from the leak over the fireplace, only now the sound seemed to come from far, far away, from a world that was already remote. He thought that he was already dead, or lingering on the extremest confines of life, in a place of shadows, of silence, of mystery. What would he find there, just beyond? The light of eternity, or the darkness of eternity? He was afraid to open his eyes. He tried to cry out, but could not utter a sound. Then a knock came on the door. The sound dragged him back from that vague tide on which he was floating. He opened his eyes without moving, conscious both of relief and regret at finding himself still alive. The knocking was repeated louder than before. Who could it be? Not Uncle Isidoro, he would have called out. Constantino neither stirred nor spoke. Possibly he had not the strength to get up, but in any case he had no wish to. Why must they come to disturb him, dragging him back from those mysterious shores on which he had almost set foot? Meanwhile the knocking continued still more vigorously, but after a little it ceased, and everything became perfectly still. A short time elapsed. Then someone again approached the hut. Presently the end of a stout stick was thrust under the door, serving as a lever. The frail barrier, secured only by a metal hasp, quickly yielded, and the figure of a woman, with a skirt thrown over her head and shoulders, appeared for a moment in the opening. Stepping inside, she turned and replaced the rickety door before Constantino was able to recognise her. There was a moment of breathless silence, during which he could hear his visitor groping her way about in the pitchy darkness on the other side of the hut, Then she spoke, and he recognised the voice of Aunt Bakicia. "Constantino, are you there? Where are you? Are you dead or alive? Why don't you answer? Someone said you had not been seen for 3 days, and that Isidoro Pani was away. I came once before and knocked, but you wouldn't answer. What's the matter? Are you sick?" Still he made no reply, burying his face like a sulky child. "My soul!" moaned the woman. "My soul!" moaned the woman. "He must be ill as well." "As well? Then someone else was ill? Who?" he wondered. "Perhaps Giovanna." He listened intently, still keeping his face covered. "He has no fire and no light," she muttered. "What does it all mean? Wait, I'll strike a light. Where are my matches?" The pale blue flame of a sulphur match shot up for a moment, and then suddenly died away. Constantino could see nothing, but he heard Aunt Bakicia stumbling her way towards him, moaning, "Constantino! Constantino!" A wave of anger swept over him. He tried to cry out, to rise and fling himself upon her, choke her, but he was powerless. A cold sweat broke out all over him, and he knew that if he attempted so much as to speak, he would burst into tears. How hatefully weak he was! Aunt Bakicia struck another match and began searching for a light of some sort, but all she could find was a rude iron lamp hanging on a nail, with neither wick nor oil. Then she groped her way to the fireplace, and stooping down, held out her hand with the lighted match between her fingers. There were the saucepan full of water, the heap of wet ashes, the soaked hearthstone, and beyond, half in the circle of light, the figure of Constantino extended motionless on the pallet. The match flared up and then went out, and all became again perfectly dark and silent. For a moment Aunt Bakicia did not stir. She hardly seemed to breathe. Then a long, choking sob broke from her. Of what had she been thinking in that moment of silence and darkness? Did that vision of Constantino lying apparently dead before her awaken a sudden agonising sense of what she had done, of her iniquitous responsibility in the ruin that had been wrought in Giovanna's and Constantino's lives, and in the lives of everyone concerned in the melancholy drama? Throwing herself on the floor beside the pallet, she passed her hands tremblingly over his body and face, sobbing in the darkness and silence. "Constantino! Constantino! Are you alive? Answer me." "Yes," she murmured presently, "he is alive, but ill, ill. You are ill, aren't you?" she went on coaxingly. "Is it a wound? Ah, God, if you only knew what terrible things have happened. Giovanna sent me. She was frightened, you know. She thought you might have been hurt, that someone might have been lying in wait for you. She's more dead than alive herself, Constantino." At last Constantino gave a moan. Something hard in his breast seemed to melt. He was moved, affected. Then he was not forgotten after all. Giovanna had been anxious. She had sent to find out about him. She was frightened, unhappy. Then, in his changed mood, Aunt Bakicia's words of a moment before came back to him with fresh meaning. "He is ill as well," she had said. Who was this other person who was ill? Again He thought of Giovanna, and his heart sank.
"Is it a wound?"
she repeated.
"Yes,"
murmured Constantino.
"Who did it?"
"I don't know. Someone hired by Aunt Martina Dejas." "Ah!" cried Aunt Patricia, her voice thick with anger. And then, in a changed tone, she said, "The saying goes that God does not pay on Saturday. Well, Brontu Dejas is dying, poor wretch."
Constantino felt as though an electric shock had gone through him. He started to his feet, swayed, and fell back on his knees.
In the darkness, his hands encountered those of Aunt Patricia, and she felt that they were scorching hot and trembling. "Constantino, my soul!" she cried, alarmed lest in his weak and exhausted condition the shock of her news had been too great for him. "Constantino, what is it? You are shaking all over like a little kid." "Yes, Brontu is very ill. He came back yesterday. It was a holiday, you know, and he came home so drunk that he was like something crazy. It seems that he has been drinking all the time lately, even up at the sheepfolds. So then yesterday, when he came in, he was horribly drunk, and he began quarrelling with his mother and Giovanna and tried to beat them. They were so frightened that they ran up and locked themselves in their rooms. Brontu stayed down in the kitchen, and he must have stretched himself out alongside the fire. After some time they heard him crying out, but they thought it was just some drunken foolishness, and did not go down to see what it was. After a while, though, when he had become quiet, Aunt Martina went and found him lying there, unconscious and frightfully burned. He had evidently fallen asleep, and had put his legs right over the fire, and then his clothing caught. There was an empty brandy bottle lying beside him. He hasn't come to since, and the doctor says he can't live through the night. Poor Brontu, he wasn't bad, he was weak, but not really bad. Constantino, Constantino, what on earth is it? What are you doing?" For in the darkness, Aunt Patricia, who had told her story with moans and sighs of sympathy, partly for Constantino, partly for Brontu, heard what she at first took to be a burst of insane laughter. The young man's hands became rigid, his limbs contracted, and for one wild moment she thought he had lost his reason. Then the truth broke upon her. He was crying, weeping bitterly, half from weakness and reaction, but half too from horror and sympathy at the awful ending of a man whom, but a short while before, he had thought that he hated so much that he was in danger of killing him. That same night Brontu died, and some time later Giovanna and Constantino were reunited. Old Aunt Martina, absorbed in her grief and completely shattered by it, like an oak tree that has been struck by lightning, offered no objection, but neither did she forgive the young people, and she demanded that the little Marietta should be left under her care. Thus the two, the old woman and the child, lived on in the White House, while Giovanna and Constantino returned to the little grey cottage. There, after a time, another child was born to them, Malfineddu. It is a soft spring day. Overhead the sky is a tender blue, and all around the village the fields of grain sway like the waves of a green encircling sea. Aunt Martina sits on the portico, spinning and praying silently, a white, tragic figure, spiritualized by sorrow. Aunt Patricia sit spinning likewise before the door of the cottage. Giovanna is sewing, and hard by, Constantino works at his bench. No one speaks, but the thoughts of all are turned on the past. In the middle of the common, Marietta and Malthineddu are playing together with gurgles and shouts of joyous laughter, as happy and unconcerned as the birds on the neighbouring hedges. Hither and thither they go, trotting from Aunt Martina to Constantino, from Aunt Bacchisia to Giovanna, from Giovanna to Aunt Martina, and each in turn, even the desolate, heartbroken old grandmother, looks up to receive them with a smile of tender indulgence. They are the invisible woof of peace and mutual forgiveness.